Great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Wait, so is this the Paula or the Norman?
I will touch on actually some freedom of access. Oh no, that's fine. I will touch on some freedom of access topic areas as well. So this will kind of overlap with that some, I have a feeling. My name's Alec Miller. I'm an attorney at Drummond Woodsum. I've been working with schools my whole career and with school boards for that time as well. And this is one of the things that I do fairly often and that I really enjoy is doing workshops and trainings with boards and talking about boardsmanship and those sorts of issues and the specific issue areas that come up from time to time. So I appreciate you having me here tonight. Before I kind of get into the the specific topic areas and what we're going to do, I did want to just check with folks. Do the board members here have copies of this? Do you know?
Some pick them up and some
They're sitting in
I
there.
think one for everybody.
Okay, great. So I brought them in case folks don't have them, but if you do, you don't necessarily need to have them for this. There's one quote in there from a case I'll read to you, but I do think it's a great resource, and so I like to just make sure that folks have copies of that. That is, and that's good. That's the latest edition. We just put out a more recent one that has a few updates in it. And that has some, in addition to the kind of the narrative chapters and the sections and that sort of thing, it has some really helpful, oh yeah.
I found the latest one. Is it very different?
Anyone else? There you go. Sorry. Yeah. And there are some useful, I don't know if we call them addendums or what we call them in the back, but tables, charts, et cetera, that have recommended required policies and some record retention rules and just some really useful stuff for your reference down the road if you ever have a question. That might be one good place to look. In addition to obviously your policies, it's the other really good place to look when you have a question about something as a starting point, because you'd be surprised, but you probably have a policy that talks about your question. Many, many, many times that's the case. And I've actually brought a number of your policies that I printed from the website with me to reference as we go, because I think it's, again, a really good starting point and always a good reference point for you all. So what I wanted to cover are some, I won't call them general rules, but they're specific rules, but they're rules I always talk about with boards in terms of your powers and duties as a board and as individual board members, including kind of authority to act. And then we'll talk about some more specific issues like agenda setting and kind of how to go about doing that, use of email, use of social media, and that kind of overlaps with some of the Freedom of Access Act stuff that we'll talk about too. Public comments at board meetings, which is a particularly hot button issue lately, I think, for a lot of folks. I don't know if any of you went to it. Did anyone go to MSMA this fall? Yeah, a couple folks. So I actually spoke on that topic at the MSMA conference because it's something folks have a lot of questions about right now. And then special meetings. So when do you hold a special meeting? What might you hold a special meeting for? That sort of thing. So, and we've already talked about the materials. You have the handbooks, which is great, and then your policies, which are available online and are a good place to look. So, let's start with kind of your role as board members. And it's a pretty unique thing to be a school board member because you wear a bunch of different hats. And I think it's important to talk through that really there are three of them and what wearing those different hats means for you. So the first is your legislative hat. So you're kind of, in different ways, you're all three branches of government is one way to think about it. So you have a legislative hat, you're the legislative branch, that's really your policy-making function. So when you're making policy, which is one of your kind of key core primary functions as a board, you're performing your legislative function. Those are kind of like statutes, like the legislature creates and passes or not. So that's your legislative hat. One of your other hats is your judicial hat. So when you're essentially sitting as judges, when you're taking in evidence and information, and then you're being asked to make a decision about that evidence or information. You don't wear that hat as often. The two most common times when you're going to be wearing that hat are when you have a student expulsion hearing, if you have a student expulsion hearing, I've, for better or worse, run many of those over the years. They're always tough to be part of for everybody involved. But that's one time when you would be sitting as a decision maker. So you're going to hear evidence from the administration about why a student should be expelled. You would hear evidence from a family about why the student should not be expelled. And then based on a legal standard, et cetera, you would have to decide if you were going to do that or not.
Is that typical that you, or there would be some representation there?
Really varies. Good question. But it really varies. Sometimes, I'd say a lot of the time, a lawyer is not needed. My typical recommendation to folks is if there's a lawyer representing the family, for example, then it may make sense to at least have a lawyer there to guide the board in the process. The biggest issue with student expulsion hearings, just to say it for folks, is due process. So if the board does not provide the student with adequate due process, that's how an expulsion decision can get flipped. And so having a lawyer there can help make sure that the student and the family's due process rights are satisfied and protected, and that you follow the right procedure. Sometimes, and this is rare, I've only had one of these so far in my career, you'll have a situation where it's a really contentious issue and you'll actually get a lawyer, the family will have a lawyer, the administration will have a lawyer helping them put on the case. A lot of times that's say a lawyer from Drummond Woodsum might do that, although it doesn't have to be. And then there's a lawyer sitting with the board helping to make sure the process is followed. That doesn't happen very often at all. So that's kind of my general recommendations. And then I actually have a document I can share with a board chair, for example, who's going to be running an expulsion hearing that has some kind of an outline for how it should go. So it helps to protect those due process rights, even if someone like me is not going to be there. And then the other common time that you're going to wear that judge hat is if you're sitting for a teacher dismissal hearing, for example. Again, that's another time, right? And you'll see a common trend. It's when you're holding a hearing. Not necessarily a meeting. There are other times where you're going to be having meetings about stuff and you're not sitting as a judge, like a grievance meeting, under a collective bargaining agreement grievance procedure. You're not sitting as a judicial body in that case. That's different. But for a teacher dismissal hearing, you would be. You're going to hear evidence from both sides. There's a legal standard that applies, and you have to make a decision based on that. And then the third kind of role or hat that you wear is the executive branch, and that's as an employer. And we'll talk about some of the functions you serve there, but right, obviously there's hiring superintendents. That's something a board has to do. And then there's the approval process for certain types of employees, certain positions. The board is statutorily charged with approving certain employees that have been nominated for employment. We'll talk a little bit about that process as we go. And those are really the two most common times that you'll be wearing that hat. So when you're wearing those hats, a question oftentimes comes up about, well, who am I doing this for? And who should I be thinking about when I'm making these decisions and doing all the work that you do as board members? Is it really, the question comes down to, is it the people who elected me? Is it another group that is really vocal about this, that's been talking to me about it? Is it the teachers? Is it the custodians? Who is it, right? Is it the kids? I just kind of as a general, it's always a good idea to think about how this is going to affect the kids. I mean, that is, you're essentially never going to go wrong thinking about that. But there's actually been a court case that deals with this issue. And so I'm just going to read from page 7 of that handbook. You don't have to, you can turn there if you have it, but don't worry about that. This is what the court said about it, though, and I think this is important for us to hear. So, the school committee acts as a public board. It in no sense represents the town. Its members are chosen by voters of the town. But after election, they are public officers, deriving their authority from the law and responsible to the state for the good faith and rectitude of their acts. Essentially, so there are a couple things in there. That last part's a little confusing. I think what that means, responsible to the state for, you need to think about what's in the best interest of the school unit. When you're making a decision, what is the best interest of the school unit? What's best for the school unit? What's best for our schools? And like I said, I think that really starts with, or the first thing under that is what's best for the kids. What's going to be best for our students. And you're not, once you're elected, it's a really interesting thing, right? Yeah, the people in the town elect us, and then once you're elected, your focus shifts. And it becomes what's best for the schools, not necessarily what we think might be best for a group of people that have supported us, or even, you know, the town, because those two things may not necessarily line up, although a lot of times they do. And I think it's always important to keep that in mind, because sometimes it gets lost. And, you know, you see folks who are elected to the legislature, and they can, you know, they can sit there and they ran on a platform of, hey, the system is, you know, the legislature's busted, I'm going to go in there and help fix it. And then they can stay in office by saying the same thing. Hey, I'm fighting this because it's busted, I'm here, and I'm here for you. Our role is different. I say our role because I work with boards a lot. Your role is different. I'm frankly not sure I could do what you do. But I really respect it. Your role is different than those folks. Once you're elected, your focus becomes the school unit and what's best for the school unit.
So I have another question. So
Yeah.
when you think about what's best for the school unit, though, obviously you're thinking about the children, but you also have to take into consideration, I mean, and here's where I guess, is this an opinion or is this a fact? That you also have to take into consideration the staff, the teachers, the central office, and the community, because all of that affects what's best for the schools.
Yeah, there may be a number of different data points in your decision making, depending on what the issue is. And it's, you know,
So
it's
okay
a
to
malleable
take
thing.
information from all of those sources, as long as in the end, your decision is based on what's best for the
Yeah,
schools.
yeah, and the key point there is really just making that distinction between focusing on what's best for the school unit, whatever that might entail in terms of facts and data, and what's best for the people. And this doesn't always come up, but it does fairly often, is what's best for either a group of folks. In municipal school units, it comes up too. It comes up a lot with larger school units like RSUs and that have a bunch of different towns that are members. So somebody's elected for their particular SAD for the RSU board. Well, they think, well, I need to represent that group of people, that town, because that's who elected me. Well, no, it becomes about the bigger community at that point. And it's the same kind of idea for municipal school units as well. So that's the primary distinction. The data points may vary.
Can I just make an observation about that?
Yeah.
I agree with this 100%. I think that school boards are here for the district and the students, and the district is here. But I think that sometimes school boards hide behind the statute in their decision. So when people are challenging decisions validly and maybe have some really good points, sometimes school boards say, well, this is our decision, it's in the best interest of the students, ignoring all of those data points that Hillary was referencing. So while I agree with this 100%, and I do think that it can be something that boards hide behind if they're not doing their diligence in terms of how they're making their decisions in the best interest of the students through the district process. I mean, how do you kind of, you know what I mean? You have to rectify that, you have to balance it.
Yeah.
Because you can't hide behind this and say, well, we're not here for you, the community, we're here for the district and the students.
Well, and it may be, sometimes it may just be a shorthand for, you know, we made our decision in the best interest of the school unit. And what that means really is, look, we considered all these different things, we weighed them against each other. They don't always all align, right? Sometimes you have competing interests and you have to weigh those. And ultimately what we decided we believe is in the best interest. And so, you know, it's, yeah, to your point, it's, you know, you sometimes do have those competing data points and things don't always move in one direction. Was there, yeah?
Yeah, I have a few questions on this point. So this is a 1924 case that we're relying on for that authority, right? And it talks about the board doesn't represent the town. And it doesn't, I mean, it's sort of dicta what they're talking about in this case in terms of that specific quote, it seems like. And I'm wondering if there's any, I mean, what's the definition of town? I mean, when I read it, I sort of interpreted the word town in that context as being that portion of the government. I mean, how do you justify that we're elected officials and part of a representative government, and yet we're treated differently than every other form of representative officials? How does that?
Yeah, the law treats boards differently, school boards differently, and this is the one case we really have that deals with the issue, and that's what the court has said, is that kind of once we're put in this position, once a board member is placed into the position of being a board member, their focus and their kind of decision-making focus, to the extent it was ever on something else, shifts. And the same things that somebody might run on to get elected are not necessarily the same things they have to think about when they're making a decision as a board member.
But your interpretation, I'm not trying to argue, but I'm trying to understand, your interpretation of not representing the people who helped elect you comes from this sentence that says the board in no sense represents the town. How do we know that that means the town, the people of the town versus the town as a board, a part of the government?
That's how we've been interpreting it for a really long time, and that's what seems to help boards function the most efficiently. Part of this workshop and part of the training that we try to, help with is to, we work with a lot of different kinds of boards and a lot of different school boards, and you see boards that function at a really high level and get a lot of great stuff done, and you see boards that struggle to do that. And so a lot of the stuff that I talk about during these workshops and trainings comes from that as well, seeing, okay, what works really well and what does not work. And then obviously we have to talk about that within the context of what the law requires and what cases might say as well as statutes. So that's what, to me, that case says and means, and applying it that way over the years has really allowed, I think, a lot of boards to overcome some hurdles and function at a higher level than some others that struggle with that issue.
So there's been no interpretation further after 1921 on that issue?
I'd have to research it, but I don't know of any. Yeah.
And then my other question was about, when we hear about the best interest standard, is that defined anywhere that you know of?
Kind of what's in the best interest of the school unit?
Well, I've heard at our last workshop training, you were told it was by MSMA that it was the best interest of the students, and you're saying of the school unit. And my concern with that definition is that we all may have different interpretations of what that means, which
Yep.
means that it's in theory completely arbitrary, and that to me seems somewhat concerning. So I'm wondering if there's any definition of that.
Nothing that, no bright line rule. I know a lot of folks, and totally understandable, and I wish I could give you a bright line rule of this language means exactly this. So if you're hearing this, you need to look at these 5 things. I don't have that for you. I do think that, in your role as a board member, you do need to apply your discretion fairly often and use your experiences and kind of expertise in various areas that you might have outside of being a board member to make your decisions. I think saying best interest of the school unit and best interest of the students oftentimes is a very similar thing or the same thing. Or at the very least, I like to say, I recommend think about students first. When you're thinking about best interest of the school unit, to me, my first data point is going to be what's best for our kids. And a lot of times things can kind of naturally fall out from there. It's not perfect in every situation, and it may be that you're making a decision that, although it's hard to think of one off the top of my head, that doesn't really impact kids, but almost everything does. And so I think focusing on that is your kind of number one consideration, and then working down from there if there are others is a good place to start.
That definition was really relevant to us last year with the school start time changes, I thought, because there was this debate over what does that mean for kids. Does it include after school activities, which is impacting their ability to perform in school and function as this person we want as a citizen, and their ability to access other services or whatever. And so that to me was sort of made it really, really important and significant. And so I'd like to know that going forward, like how I should be addressing that. Should I be including the concerns of the parents and the whole child?
So what I would tell you about, I think the best thing I could do for you right now in terms of this standard, so we can get to a place where we can kind of move forward, is to say, if you're thinking about when you're making a decision as a school board member, when the board's acting, and you're thinking about what a small group of people in the community have asked you to do, and whether it's people who elected us or whether it's another group that becomes important later on or something, it doesn't necessarily matter. It says, the voters who elected us, but it means, constituents in the town that might re-elect people or not or whatever. And if we're thinking about what they want kind of first and primarily, rather than what's in the best interest of the kids or other clearly school unit related data points, I think we have a problem as a board member, right? We have to step back and say, wait a minute, am I really looking at the right stuff here? Am I prioritizing, the data and the issues here? It may be that what certain members of the community want in a particular area is relevant to what you're thinking about, but I think rarely is it going to be the primary driver, and it should never be the only one. And so it's a hard standard always to apply, but I think if you can at least do that, you're going to be in much better shape than you would be otherwise. Yeah, good questions. I know some of this is amorphous, a bit amorphous stuff.
Some of the discretion, Alicia, is what you consider, I mean, that's your discretion is what, if you're thinking about the student first, and then it's up to you to decide what you think is most important to their best interests. Like, that might not be the same thing, I think. I mean, we could end up with different data points, but the point is, I think, is that it has to be the student first, and then whatever you're using to make that judgment, that's your discretion.
Yeah, and just that the focus shifts, because board members are political, political actors, and it's a political process, and there's a kind of a different focus sometimes when we get elected versus when we're serving, especially when you're a board member, right? For other elected positions, it can be more similar, I think. School board members are unique in this way, and it's just not something everybody always thinks about. So those are really good questions. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about authority now. So we've kind of talked about the role and what the focus is in decision making. Now we'll talk about authority. And the most important thing to understand here, and many of you I'm sure already know this, if not all of you, is the board can only act as a board, right? And individual board members don't have authority to bind the school unit, to really do anything on behalf of the board or on behalf of the school unit as individuals, or unless that authority has been specifically delegated to somebody by the board. So sometimes the board does decide, all right, we need to deal with an issue. We're going to appoint these two board members to be the point people on that. Call it an ad hoc committee, you call it whatever you want, but and we're authorizing them to go do something. Okay, well then yes, board members have that limited authority. I was involved in a situation where a couple of board members were tasked with doing a particular investigation of an issue, and so I worked with those board members to help them do that. They were the ones who were tasked with doing it, and they went back to the board. But other than that, a board member doesn't have any authority, essentially, as an individual. And the board can only act at a duly called meeting, and we have to have a quorum, right? We have to meet all the necessarily voting requirements, depending on what the vote's about, if there are any. And that can be, sometimes a tough thing. And so one thing to be aware of here, and you put it in your notes, you have policy BBAA, right? And BBAA is Board of Education Member Authority. You have a policy on this, which is great. And it essentially says the same thing. Members of the board have authority only when acting as a board. The board's not bound in any way by an individual member doing something outside of their authority, etc. It's a short policy. It's a couple paragraphs, but it captures the essence of those rules. And this comes up in a bunch of different ways. A common thing I see a lot is school board members believing that they have greater access to information and data and records as an individual board member than a member of the community would. Not the case. An individual board member has the exact same authority to have access to records and information as a member of the community does, unless they've somehow been authorized by the board to do something where there'd be greater access. That issue does come up from time to time. And then you have the really kind of thorny and practical issue of, you don't have any authority to act as an individual board member unless you've been given it by the board, but everyone in the community sees you as a board member when they see you. And usually, unless you have a personal relationship with them, they see you as that first. Oh, there's Alec, that's, I know he's on the school board, and they may not know much else about me, but they know that. I grew up on Islesboro, and so we all knew the school board members were also a lot of other things, but it doesn't always happen, and Scarborough is definitely bigger than Islesboro. So I could see how that could happen. And so you always have to remember that, right? So for example, we see this come up fairly often. There's an issue that the press is interested in, right? So they start asking folks for quotes, and they start calling around to board members, and they want to talk to you and get a quote from you. They're not going to say, Alec Miller, member of the community said this about this issue that affects the school unit. They're going to say Alec Miller, school board member, and that's going to be interpreted as a comment by the board. So we have to be really careful about those sorts of things and have clear channels of communication when those kind of issues arise. Any questions about this issue, we're funneling them to our board chair. Any questions about this issue, they're going to our superintendent or whatever it might be, so that you can be cohesive about this stuff and kind of seamless when we're dealing with these things. Because, it's a lot of times that's kind of a sideshow to what we actually have to deal with day in and day out, right? And we don't want to allow this to drive what we actually have to do over here. The other thing that comes up a lot, or another thing that comes up a lot, is personnel-related issues. And I see kind of two sides to this. Personnel and student issues too. We see two sides to it. One is sometimes board members want to be really involved in personnel matters from the get-go. And so they'll kind of insert themselves, and they might start trying to talk to people and gather information and do stuff. And that's problematic for a whole number of reasons. Generally, board members should not be doing that. You want to go sit down and talk to a teacher about an issue? That's a formal investigation. That triggers all kinds of rights, probably under collective bargaining agreements and under the law. As a board member doing that, it's not just this is someone from the community who's curious about something, like a parent might be able to do. A parent could call up a teacher, a community member parent could call up a teacher and want to talk about something that's going on with them. That's not a formal investigation by the school unit. But a board member does it, it is. So that's really important to keep in mind. Same with student-related issues as well.
But you just said that board members don't have individual authority.
Yeah.
So how could that be interpreted as an investigation by the school board?
Because it's going to be interpreted that way, and because they always see us as board members first. People are going to see you as board members first. And in addition to that, besides that it may be, and you would get a grievance on that, we process a grievance, we would make probably an argument that, well, actually, no, it's not. This was a board member doing something outside of their authority and whatever. You don't want to have to deal with that grievance, right? We don't want to be there in the first place. It's a time-consuming thing. It's not going to establish any goodwill with the union. It's just not worth it, right? And then there's the issue of bias that can be generated by having access to information too soon. Because remember, earlier I said, one of the things you have to do as a board member is be a judge sometimes. And one of those times is when we're doing a teacher dismissal hearing, for example. So if you were involved early on in gathering information about that and talking to people, we've opened up a huge lane for a plaintiff's lawyer to drive through to say, these board members had access to information about this before this hearing, right? Because at a hearing, you're supposed to take in the information and reach a decision just based on what you hear at that hearing. And yes, I understand we hear stuff out in the public and people talk and things happen, but we're not actively going out and seeking that information. And so that creates a big due process issue for us at those kinds of hearings. Same thing could happen with a student matter too. If a student expulsion hearing was going to come to us and we've been investigating all kinds of stuff, and there's an argument that, right, people who have that information have already made a decision. And that creates a due process issue. We don't want to be there. You don't want to be there. The other is going out and soliciting complaints from parents about, I use these two as examples because I see them all the time. Soliciting complaints from parents about student issues or personnel matters. And again, they're going to think that board member who's doing that has some authority to do it, can help them out, et cetera. And we typically have, you do for personnel and you do for student issues, procedures for all these things, right, that direct parents and others to go to particular places so that we can process these things. Because the law usually requires us to process them in very particular ways. And if we start going outside of that, it creates all kinds of, again, due process issues, as well as other potential legal problems. So those things are absolutely to be avoided. And, if somebody comes to you with a concern, right, this is the flip side. You're out at Hannaford's or Shaw's or Whole Foods or whatever, and somebody sees you and comes up and wants to start talking to you about a concern. Everyone's going to deal with that differently. I don't have a script for you to use because everyone manages, dealing with the public differently. But, some general things to keep in mind are if they have a concern that they want to talk to you about, student, personnel, otherwise, chances are there's a policy or a procedure that applies to it, and it's going to direct them to go to a particular person, whether it's a building principal or a superintendent or a Title IX coordinator or whoever. And we want to try to send them to those places. It may also be that, they want to put something on an agenda for a meeting, or they want to talk to so-and-so, or they want to do this. And there's a great way to say, hey, thanks for sharing that with me. I'm going to, you should contact this person. I'm also going to just let them know that you asked me about this. You don't have to do that, but you can, to give the person a heads up. Hey, this person in the community came up to me and asked me about this. I told them to contact you. You might be here. Right? And that's it. It should be pretty simple. And then you talk about whatever else. Talk about the game. Talk about anything. The Pats, the Celtics, everybody's playing right now. But whatever you want. But when it comes to those school-specific things, you want to, hey, thanks for sharing that. There's actually somebody you should talk to about it. Here's who it is. If you know, if you don't know, say, I think we have a policy on that. Take a look, or you can call the superintendent or whoever and ask who they should talk to. But right, you funnel it to the right place. That's always the best approach, and different people do it different ways. Some people are very kind of quick and short about it. Other folks like to have longer conversations. That's fine, as long as we're always trying to do that. On that topic, there's policy KEB. So your policy KEB talks about complaints about school personnel in particular. You have a bullying policy, you have a sexual harassment, sexual assault policy for students. You have a number of different policies that might come into play, but KEB is complaints about school personnel. It sets out a whole procedure for dealing with those, right? And so it tells folks where to go and how those complaints are going to be processed. So we could refer somebody to that would be a great thing to do. And the corollary to that for student issues and personnel issues and other issues that are properly dealt with by the right people is you let your managers manage, right? It's the transportation thing. The director of transportation is probably going to be the person who's going to deal with that. It's a special ed thing. Special ed directors, should be the first person who's thinking about that. It's a superintendent level thing. Superintendent's the person. You trust your managers and you let your managers manage. And because your role, and we'll talk about this a little bit more later, your role is to make sure that the schools are managed properly. It's to ensure that they're managed properly. It isn't to manage them. And it's a fine line, but that's a really important line. One analogy I use, and I don't know how good it is, I get mixed reviews on it, but I think I pick it because I grew up on an island and I like boats. But you think about like a ship's captain, you could go way back and the old explorers, or you could even think about kind of modern day shipping. But right, there's somebody who kind of probably owns the boat or has rights to the boat or whatever, who's deciding, all right, well, where is this person going to go? Maybe they provide some direction on the course they're going to take, what they want them to accomplish when they get there, those sorts of things. But they let the captain drive the boat, right? They're not on the boat trying to drive it. They're dictating, ensuring that it, meets the kind of goals and results that they want. And I think that's one way to think about board role versus kind of administrator level role is administrators are charged with, actually running the schools. Boards are generally charged with ensuring that they're run well. And you do that by performing all those functions we talked about, wearing those different hats. Policy's a big one, and then doing some of those other things as well. And so I think, you always want to kind of keep that in mind. All right, where's that line? Is this a me thing? Is this a board thing? Or is this really an administrative level thing? And a lot of times when it comes to these issues, it's an administrative level thing, depending on where it goes. A couple other things to kind of, as individuals, we want to be careful of and aware of. Raising unscheduled agenda items kind of on the spur of the moment. This relates to something I'll talk about in a little bit, but just a general rule that I think is probably the best general rule that you can have for yourself as a board member in terms of just day in, day out function. No surprises. You've heard this before. Because it's a great rule. That's why you've heard it before. I really think it is. No surprises, right? If we can avoid it, no surprises. Yes, there are times where some emergency agenda thing might have to come up at a meeting, but I think almost always we can at least alert the board chair to that, right? Hey, this thing's come up and people are really, thinking we need to deal with it or whatever it might be. What do you think? But at least try to funnel it to the superintendent, the board chair, or something before the actual meeting. It's just throws everybody for a loop if somebody raises a brand new issue and tries to, discuss it at a board meeting. And usually it doesn't do much good because nobody's prepared, or one person's prepared and no one else is, and to the extent it actually needs anything to happen, that usually doesn't happen at that meeting anymore, right? Because if folks are actually going to take it up, you got to gather information and consider it in a well-reasoned way, and that usually doesn't happen if it's a spur-of-the-moment thing. So try, no surprises. Another time that comes up is sometimes in the employment context, when you're sitting in your function of approving, typically anyway, it's approving nominations for certain positions for employment, right? So for teachers, for example, superintendent nominates, board approves, typically, and then superintendent will hire. So it's a 3-step process. Sometimes in that second step, a board member, right, well, you're about to have that meeting where you're going to consider that list for approval, and you hear about somebody on that list, something bad about them. Hey, someone in the community, hey, listen, I actually heard that person did this. And then all of a sudden, you're like, shoot, I have this information. It does seem like it's relevant to what we're doing. I don't really want to have, I know no surprises. You try to get that information to your superintendent in particular and the board chair before the meeting so that we can deal with it. Because we will deal with that. That's something that might need to be looked into or discussed or whatever. And there are mechanisms to do that. You just don't want to bring it up, hey, in an open meeting, right, talking about a sensitive personnel issue. Hey, I heard this, so I don't know about this person. We don't want to do it that way. And we really can't do it that way because there are confidentiality interests involved for the employee. And so I've seen that happen from time to time. And there, you got to just let somebody know and reach out before the meeting so we can try to deal with it. Or, we can put that particular issue aside for a little while and make sure we deal with it properly. Just a couple other common examples. We talked about meeting with school staff, criticizing superintendent and any other school employees in public. It's a bad look. We don't want to do that. There are times when we have to have hard conversations, but there are ways to do that where we're not doing it in front of the public. Because again, one thing that you really need to do is, and one rule we'll talk about later, is accepting the will of the majority and working together as a board. Because again, you only have authority as a board. And so you don't want to you can have public debates about issues that you're considering as a board that are properly public in a professional, appropriate way, because reasonable minds can disagree. But, criticisms and kind of harsh stuff, really you need to deal with in a different way. And then just working towards individual goals rather than kind of the common good and the best interest of the school unit, whatever we want to call it. Being careful not to work towards an individual interest rather than what's in the best interest of the school unit. So a lot of times those line up, or they're just not even really in play at the same time, but you just have to be careful about that. That overlaps a bit with these rules about conflicts of interest as well and incompatibility of offices and things like that. There are very specific rules for that. I'm not going to get into that tonight, but if questions come up about that, those are easy for us to answer if they do, if anybody's concerned about that. So, to just kind of pull back from, because that's a lot of detail stuff, but, some of the key takeaways. You're in this together, right? You function as a board, you operate as a board, and we're not in it for kind of individual interests, and we can't let any kind of one individual, and you're all in charge of kind of policing each other and yourselves. You don't want to let any one person kind of go way off over here and run afoul of all these rules, because it impacts everybody, and it's bad for the board, and it's probably bad for the school unit and the kids. And so, again, reasonable minds can definitely disagree. I'll talk about that in a little bit, and we can deal with that. But it's really going out here and running afoul of some of these things that just throws major wrenches into the works.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
And I probably should have interrupted you because now I feel like I'm going backwards. But I'm struggling with authority as a board versus authority as an individual still. I feel like I'm caught in a loop where I have authority as a board only when I'm here, but if we need to make a decision and I need to gather information from other people, and a way of doing that is to communicate with the community, but I don't have the authority to communicate with the community, so how am I supposed to gather the information that I need in order to have a productive conversation as a board? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to justify this idea that I don't have to listen to the community, or that I don't have to listen to this body or that body. However we define what's in the best interest of the kids.
Well, let me be clear about one. It's a great question. Let me be clear about one thing. I'm not saying don't listen to the community, right? You're absolutely going to be listening to the community. You don't have any individual authority as a board member. If a community member comes up to you and wants to tell you about a concern that they have or something, I'm not telling you to turn around and walk away. I think if it, and this is kind of a nuanced thing. Look, if that person is talking to you and it becomes clear to you that they think that you're their advocate, you're gonna do something about this, you're in charge of dealing with this thing. I think it'd be important to try to make sure they understand that's not the case. But then usually it's gonna be that you direct them where they are supposed to go with that information. If it's something, hey, I really want the board, I think the board should, consider this, whatever the thing is at some point. Well, then that's essentially kind of going to start you running through an agenda setting process. So does it make sense for this? And you let that process decide if that's an item that goes on the agenda at some point, whether the board considers it. So it's not really an issue of authority there. It's just a question of using the channels that you have established or that you will establish to address the issue where there is kind of authority, and not putting ourselves out there like we have authority to do something for an individual or to bind the school unit for that person or whatever, and trying, if we think people are going that road, to try to disabuse them of it. But it may be that's not the case at all. They may say, hey, I think this is a really interesting thing. Say, hey, that's a neat idea. We actually have a thing. We're going to process it through this procedure, whatever it is. Or, oh yeah, I'll talk to the board chair, we'll submit that for consideration on the agenda, or whatever it might be. And it's not really whether you have authority to do that or not. If you have I'll talk about an agenda setting policy in a little bit, but if you have a policy that talks about who gets to consider the agenda items and you can submit ideas as board members, yeah, you could propose that. So there's really not an authority issue as much there. The issue there is just understanding that when folks in the community talk to you, a lot of the time, at the very least, they know you're a board member. They may be talking to you about something totally different, and that's fine. But if it's a school-related thing at all, just remember they're seeing that board member hat, even if you see them as your neighbor or whatever it might be, or my sister-in-law, my cousin, whatever it might be. They're probably seeing you as board member, thinking, hey, this person's on the board, they can do something about this or for me or whatever. And you may be able to do something, but it's probably not, and it's not going to be dealing with the issue yourself or solving that particular problem or whatever.
Can I ask a specific instance then?
Well, let me follow up on so specific issues. I think we should probably.
No, not an issue, an idea.
So, let me just follow up on one other thing you said, because it was an interesting, a good question, is kind of data gathering and listening to people. I don't think there's anything wrong with listening to folks, and you decide how much time you have to do that. Again, it becomes about, what do they think you're going to do with that information? And if it's about an issue that you need to decide if the board is going to consider, then again, I would try to, and again, you can sit there and listen all you want, but the way that the board would need to deal with something like that is that issue would need to be proposed as a possible agenda item. If the board decides they're going to consider it, chances are that first time they consider it, they're going to have to talk about, well, do we need information about this? Who should gather that information? A lot of time it isn't going to be the board. It may be an administrative level person or somebody else who either has the information already, you never know, or that information needs to be received or asked for and people can submit it or whatever it might be, or maybe there's an ad hoc committee that goes. I don't know. Totally depends on the issue. So I think that's how I would deal with that. It's not a can't talk to you about that, I gotta go thing, and you can decide how much you want to listen, but it's about how we explain to them how that information is going to be dealt with and kind of processed. And you shouldn't be going out and gathering a bunch of information from individual community members as an individual board member, generally speaking, unless the board has actually asked you to do that and given you the authority to do it.
So that goes to my second question. If we as a board decided that we wanted to host some kind of community outreach listening sessions, would we as a board need to vote to approve, to give authority to those board members to attend those listening sessions? Or can two board members just say, we'll be at the Scarborough Public Library and you come talk?
Yeah, so that gets into, let's table that for a little bit. That gets into kind of a public meetings sort of issue.
Well, we have done.
Yep.
So typically, we've done stuff like that, and the board has to approve doing that session. And then, but they don't have to give authority to you to go to it. They would just say, okay, who wants to do this date or whatever? Because we've done like listening sessions.
Well, you are giving authority when you make that decision and when you set the schedule. Hillary's going in and say, we do
Right,
this
but
for the
like-
budget.
Yeah, the board didn't vote.
We did it.
Oh, okay. We voted to have the listening sessions. We didn't have to vote to approve that April and Alicia are going on November
You voted to have them.
Yeah.
Right. Is that?
Yeah, and the distinction there, right, is if two board members decide, hey, we'd like to hear from the community, we're going to send out a notice to everybody that, hey, we'll be at this place at this time to hear from you. One, there's an issue about whether that's become some sort of public meeting that we didn't hold properly. And two, there isn't really authority for two board members to do that on their own without the board deciding that they want to do it. And it kind of just runs contrary to these general rules about how we want to process and function as a board to be efficient and to work well. So, but yeah, I'm certainly not saying it's not something you could do, but having it run through the board is definitely the way to go. Yeah, good questions. So a little bit, just want to be cognizant of time. Okay, perfect. Let's just talk a little bit more about individual duties and responsibilities. So you have policy BCA, which is actually your board member code of ethics. And then you have policy BBA, which is board of education powers and duties. Powers and duties is pretty short. The code of ethics is a little longer. And I think you definitely want to be familiar with those, particularly the code of ethics. I think that has some of the best stuff for board members in there, some of the best kind of rules and guidance to think about and follow. Some of the key highlights from that, and then some other things that aren't in there that I think are just generally good rules for you to follow, and we've already talked about a bunch, so I'll skip those. But one of the things your code of ethics says is, at all times think of the children first. This kind of gets at your question about, well, what's in the best interest, what does that mean thing? Well, your ethics rules talk about, at all times think of the children first, base decisions on how they will affect children, their education, and training. So I think that's a great rule. Recognize that your responsibility is not to operate the schools, but to see that they are well operated. That's at that ship captain versus kind of owners of the ship thing. Refer all complaints to the proper authorities for resolution through established procedures. It's amazing when you actually read through all your policies and procedures, you have procedures for so many things. I mean, it really is impressive. It's just hard to know what they are all the time, but you don't have to have them memorized. You can always get back to people too. Not criticizing employees publicly, making criticisms to a superintendent for investigation and action, right? So if you become aware of an issue or you have firsthand knowledge about an issue, reporting that to the superintendent so the superintendent can address it, either him or herself or through the proper designee is the way to deal with that. Confining board action to policymaking, planning, and appraisal, that's in your code of ethics. Some things that aren't in there that are just obvious, but aren't always so obvious, I think. Show up, be there. It's a lot. You all have lives outside of this room, and you take on a lot when you do this, and it's amazing. It's a great thing that you do. But it's hard sometimes. But show up. That's a big part of it. Just be there. Try to be familiar with your policies and rules. Maintaining chain of command, and that kind of gets at that issue of let managers manage and kind of make sure you do your job ensuring that things are managed well. Don't skip meetings and then try to undo what happened at the meeting. Sometimes I see that happen, and folks usually mean well, but sometimes they don't. But either way, it's not the function, right? Because one of the other rules that you definitely should apply to yourself is, and your role as a board member is, accept the will of the majority. That's a huge thing, right? Reasonable minds can disagree. You can have fantastic debate about stuff. Just make sure you do it professionally. Make sure you respect each other when you do it, and you respect members of the public and other folks who are there. But at the end of the day, it may be that the board decides to do something that you didn't want to do, or take a direction that you didn't want to take, and we have to accept the will of the majority in those situations. It's one of the hardest things to do, but I think it's one of the kind of most noble things you can do as a board member is to do that. And when you see that happen, when you see one of those debates, and then whether the person votes for it or whether they abstain or whatever it is, I think it's and the public sees that happen in a kind of a professional and well-managed way, it's impressive. It really is. It's a neat thing to see. It's democracy in action. And so I really encourage you to try to do that. Representing the board and schools in a positive manner, that's kind of a no-brainer thing. Preserving confidential information. We don't talk too much about that, but right, the things that you talk about in executive session need to stay there and not be shared with other folks. Sometimes the rumor mill gets going and gossip gets going, and even if your goal is to correct things that people are saying that are totally wrong, if that information came from an executive session, you can't do it. There may be a way to deal with that, but it's not by talking to them about that information at that And I already talked about no surprises. So, yeah. That's really all I have from the last thing about powers and duties and individual and collective is just a couple of the key highlights from the statute. I'm a lawyer, I've got to talk about the law, at least some. And so Title 28, Section 1001 is the statute, right, that sets out school board member powers and duties. And so some of the highlights for you, we've already kind of talked about them, but just say them again. And these are things that it bears repeating many times, I think. So one is managing the schools, including repairing and insuring school buildings. Selection of a superintendent, right, we talked about that. And that first one, again, goes back to ensuring that they're managed well and actually managing them right. You're not going to be doing the day in, day out management. You're going to be ensuring that they're managed well. Selecting superintendent, determination of general course of study. And there's actually a Maine Supreme Court case on this, and it talks about how school boards have wide latitude in managing the curriculum. Its most basic obligation is to maintain order in the schools and to create a stable environment for the education of its students. Right, so again, it goes back to the kids, as it so often does. Expulsion of students, hopefully you don't have to do it often, but that is actually an incredibly important function of a board. Those are always tough nights, but they're important for you to do when you have to do them. Adopting a behavior code, policy-making functions, et cetera. So, approving nominations of certain employees, right? So nominations of teachers and principals is something that you have to do. And again, three-step process for the teachers. We talked about nomination, approval, which is you, and then the actual hiring. So it's a three-step process. Eliminating certain positions, RIFs. You may have to make a decision about a RIF, right? Collective bargaining implications there, obviously. We want to make sure that we do have changes in local conditions before we make that decision, and then who is selected is a separate thing. It's usually based on the contract that's in play that's going to have certain criteria in it. Non-renewing teacher-principal contracts, right? That's something that the board has a role in, and then dismissing teachers and principals as well. That's that hearing function that I talked about on the personnel side. Those are always tough things to do, but those are all really key functions of the board. And then we've already talked about, the judicial body thing, but I just want to quickly go through some of the key kind of markers for due process. So, certain due process rights might require certain procedures, but in general, this is just a good kind of 30,000-foot view of typically what we should make sure we're doing to provide people with due process when you're sitting as that judicial body, right? So, unbiased decision makers, that's number one. That gets into those issues about, gathering or getting information, collecting or otherwise beforehand and kind of making predetermined decisions. We want to avoid that. Notice, right, to the person whose rights might be affected, whether it's a student or an employee. You won't be doing that, right? That's going to be coming from the administrative level. That'll happen before anything gets to you. The right to be heard, right? That's you're going to have a hearing in those situations where due process is really kind of critical, and so the right to be heard is one. Right to present evidence and call witnesses. So you're going to, that's all part of a hearing. The right to have assistance of counsel or a representative. A lot of times it's a lawyer. Sometimes it might be a union rep who may not be a lawyer. Right to a written decision and findings of fact. So, for example, when you're doing a student expulsion hearing, one of the things that you have to do at the end of that, if you decide to expel a student, is to give them your findings and conclusions, which is typically kind of a basic summary of the procedures of the hearing, the facts that were presented, and the reasons for your decision, and then your ultimate conclusion. And that's really important to provide to the family, and it's really important to get that right, because that's the exhibit that's going to go to court if we have a due process problem. So your roles are complex, and they're really fascinating because you get to do all kinds of interesting things. But depending on what hat you're wearing, your lens is going to shift. We've talked about your role as policymaker, but you make the policy, the administration, the superintendent administers the policy. Your policies essentially tell the superintendent and administrators what to do. And then you have procedures as well, right? And typically, I think your policy talks about The procedures, unless it's a major legal issue or something else, procedures are made at the administrative level. So that's not something the board's going to be reviewing and adopting. That's something that typically happens at the administrative level, unless it's a major kind of legal thing that the board needs to hear the procedure and kind of agree to itself. You do this, most school units in Maine do this. We think it's a good idea to separate out policy and procedure, so that's why you'll see separate documents. One's a policy, that's kind of the skeleton, if you will, and then the procedures like the meat on the bones. It has more detail about how things are actually going to operate, whereas the policy is more kind of the aspirational language, the big picture language type stuff. We've talked about your role as an employer. And now I want to spend, this is perfect. So I want to spend the rest of our time together talking through really Freedom of Access Act stuff. Because this is, I think we touched on one of the particular topic areas already, but this is where we'll get into the other specific topic areas that we wanted to talk about. So one, you probably all know this, but you have to get trained on the Freedom of Access Act. Do we want?
Sorry, I was hoping we would have time to actually get a framework for agenda. Right now, we don't really have a policy on how to create the agenda.
Yeah. I'll talk about it right now. I was going to talk about it later, but I'll talk about it right
I
now.
just want us to have a workshop and we all have ideas about how it's going to happen, and I
Yeah.
think you could facilitate that for us.
So what I would recommend, and so this will mean that you take it up at another time, I think, but I think you won't have a lot to take up, I hope. So what I would recommend is, I pulled this off my system. It's MSMA's sample policy for setting an agenda. I don't know if this is the most recent one, so I can give this to somebody. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if this happens to be but what I'd recommend is taking a look at MSMA's most recent sample and then using that as it's kind of a fillable form, if you will, that you can customize to your particular needs, and following that. And I think generally the approach that they outline is a good one for how to set an agenda for a board meeting.
Well, how would you suggest prioritizing what members would like on the agenda and when those things go on the agenda?
I mean, the kind of the sample really talks about that happening at the superintendent and board chair level ultimately. But I think, and I'll be honest, I think different places do it differently, and I don't have a huge amount of insight in kind of the behind the scenes way that happens, because it's not a question I typically get asked. It's less of a legal issue and more of a procedural kind of a logistical
I was
thing.
hoping to come up with a procedure that we could all.
I agree, because we don't have a process right now, and we're a month in. And that's really problematic when we don't have a collective agreement as a board of how the agenda is going to be set. So it's really tough to do our work if we don't all get on the same page with how we're going to do that.
Yeah.
And it's the board's agenda.
I mean, I'd recommend getting getting your policy committee together and considering this sample and talking through those things and then coming up with something so you do have something to point to. This, just to kind of go through what this talks about. So the superintendent, this is what this sample says. The superintendent, in consultation with the chair, shall prepare an agenda for each meeting. Board members, staff, groups, organizations, members of the public, et cetera. So wide constituencies can submit written requests to the board through the chair or the superintendent for items to go on the agenda. There's a minimum time frame you can set what that is, right? Before which or after which you won't consider new stuff, right? So like a week before the meeting, before the agenda goes out, we're going to stop accepting ideas because you've got to actually set the agenda at some point. You can decide what that time frame is. And then the chair and superintendent will make the final decision regarding placement of items on the agenda. I mean, I'm sure submission of the ideas can include, hey, we think this is important to consider soon. I think this is my thinking on this, but I think the main reason it's a good idea to consolidate this function and to have it be at an administrative level and a board level function is that at the administrative level, the superintendent and whoever they've received information from is going to have, I think, a pretty good idea of at least what some of the items, the priority level that some of the items have. We have to get a budget thing done, depending on what time of year it is, or we have to get this thing done, or there's a deadline that after which we lose out on the availability of something if we don't do this now. Those sorts of things that the board wouldn't have information about. And then there are other items that, that the board members and kind of through the board chair might have more information about, or hey, I think this makes a lot of sense, there's a lot of discussion about it here, and I think we can fit it in because it won't take very long, or whatever it might be. And through that process, you figure out, all right, we generally have this much time for our meeting, and I know sometimes meetings go a lot longer than what you planned, but we want to try to get this much done in this time frame. These are things we have to get done for various reasons. These are things we want to get done. Maybe they get pushed back. And through that process, you come up with an agenda. And then I think over time, right, that kind of refines itself in many ways too, depending on if there are important issues that keep getting bumped. Well, you figure out a way to move those up. I'm not sure I have a whole lot of other specific guidance for you at this point. Maybe here and then back there.
So can I ask you a couple questions about communicating to that end? So if I have an issue that I'd like to be put on the agenda, what is permissible in terms of my ability to communicate that information to the chair and to other board members, and the discussion of why it's relevant and should be prioritized, for example?
Yeah, so the second part of your question, I think, is the really key piece. So I think, again, something for the policy committee to consider as part of this. You may not have to spell that all out in here, but I think the safest thing to do would be to submit your idea directly to the chair and the superintendent, and probably leave it at that. That risks, if you don't CC the rest of the board, that risks other people submitting the same idea. Although, if that's all done independently, that might suggest to the chair and the superintendent that, okay, that's something a lot of the board members want to take up independently, and we should do that. And that might bump an item up on the list. The issue with, submitting your ideas as to why, in that context, if it's limited to the superintendent and the board chair, generally probably okay. The issue with expanding that group is an issue with emails generally, and I think it would apply in this situation too. If we start talking about, including all the rest of the board, or even a quorum of the board, or a majority, on an email like that, one, you might create an issue of, is something really a priority or not? Because other people might have other things, but then see that and say, well, do it for this reason. I don't know if you get a true sense of what's most important. But that's not really a legal issue. That's just a logistical issue. I think the more important legal issue is, particularly if we're starting to put some of our ideas about why this is an important thing, those ideas would end up being discussed at any board meeting where that item is discussed. You might have, at some point, you might have a public meeting on your hands if a quorum of the board or more is included on that email. Usually that happens through people being added to CCs, and it starts out with 2 people and then it's more and more and more. But it can create a Freedom of Access Act issue. So what the law says, so just for that purpose, just off the top of my head, my thinking is I'd have individual board members be able to submit that to the board chair and the superintendent. You could include some reasons in there for what you're thinking, but I would probably limit it to that, because I think that way, if other board members have the same idea, they may have different reasons, the same reason, and they submit it, you get a truer sense of what's important to the board. Even, understanding those things might not necessarily go on the next agenda, but you get that, and then 2, you avoid the public meeting issue. And I'll just shift to that, because that was one of the questions about kind of emails and public meetings, or one of the topics we wanted to cover, is just be really careful about using email for non-logistical stuff. Logistics, fine, scheduling, those sorts of things, absolutely, you have to do that. Using email to discuss anything that is going to the board or could be going to the board, especially among a quorum or majority, multiple board members, could run afoul of the Freedom of Access Act. What the law says is that informal discussions among less than a majority of the board, or less than a quorum, I'd have to double check, are okay as long as they aren't designed to do an end around the Freedom of Access law.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, although don't quote me, because I'd have to look to see if it's a majority or a quorum. I forget off the top of my
Well,
head.
in this case, for us, it's the same.
Well, all right, well, there you go. So, put a slash and put both.
Knowing that,
Yeah,
when you were-
so what the law says is informal discussions among less than a quorum/majority are acceptable or permissible as long as they don't, and this is the language I'd want to get specifically from the law, but my version of it is, as long as they don't do an end around or aren't designed to avoid the purpose of the Freedom of Access law. which is to allow the public access to public meetings and public proceedings, they call, and public records. So, right, you can see what the idea is, right? 5 board members get together at Scarborough grounds and, start making decisions, talking about and making decisions about issues that are going to be going in front of the board. That's, right, could be a public meeting, arguably a public meeting, even though it's an informal discussion. And a decision gets made about what's going to happen at the board meeting before the board meeting. That's not what the law is designed to do. The law is designed to allow the public to at least have access to that discussion and the decision-making process. And so that's what we want to avoid, and we see it happen more often now in emails. It's the same thing if everybody was at, on Islesboro it would be the coffee pot at the Leach's Market, and here it might be wherever, El Rayo, wherever you want to go. But the same is true with email, and it's easier to do in email because people just forget, and you start CCing people. Oh, that's interesting. That's a good idea. So there's that issue, and then 2, the emails are most likely public records that are going to be subject to disclosure pursuant to Freedom of Access Act request, or if we have litigation. And so not only are they, maybe running afoul of the Freedom of Access law, they're permanent. They're going to be accessible. Back in the day, somebody has a discussion and it turns to board business, and oh shoot, we realized we shouldn't have done that. We can back away from it. Nobody finds out, and nothing really did happen. Hopefully, it's fine, right? But now there's a record. If it's an email, and even if nothing bad happens, somebody could try to take that and try to say something bad happened. You don't want to deal with that.
Can I ask you, sort of tied into my second question, was, so you referred the agenda question back to policy to develop the agenda, which I agree with.
To develop the agenda policy. Yeah.
Agenda policy.
Yep.
So yes, but then you've got only just a very limited number of individuals participating in that discussion appropriately because it's the policy committee. However, other board members may have strong opinions. I know they do on this issue based on these conversations. I mean, so.
So when you bring that policy to the board to review, that's when all those discussions would happen, and then you would bring it back.
So, but I mean, you're gonna go all the way to develop an entire policy based on a philosophy that other board members may not agree with.
Or you guys could workshop it in a public.
So workshop
Be specific that, put on the agenda that you're going to have a workshop on the agenda policy.
And this gets at another important point. Committee meetings and board meetings are equally open to the public. So whether your policy committee is considering it, the public could be at that meeting and listen to what the committee says. And then, so yeah, whether the whole board decides to just take it up at one time and try to get it done as a board rather than doing the committee and then the board and then the committee and then the board or whatever it might be, you could do that. You can decide to do that if that's important
So
to you.
can we decide as a group how we want this to happen? Because I thought we were doing that tonight, so I just want to see where we're headed with this so we can all be on the same page. Are we going to say, you guys in policy, come up with what you think is your best practice for policy and procedure and bring it to the board and we can discuss it and then we might need to tweak it and go back, or do we want to do agenda policy workshop?
So the current practice is exactly what MSMA's sample policy outlines. That's what the current practice has been and is.
But we don't have that policy though. We don't have a policy.
No, but that's the procedure.
That's what we've been doing, right?
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we can continue that, but I just want to find out.
I have strong opinions about that in terms of, I want to tweak it. I think it's a foundation, but there are things in there missing that I would like to talk to the board about.
I was just gonna say, I think some of this just comes down to trust, and there's a lot of work to be done, we can't all do it all, and so I fully trust you guys to come up with policy and what we recommend. And we can vote on it, and if we don't approve it, fine, but
And
go crazy.
and I'm fine either way. I just want it to happen. I mean, I'm willing to meet extra in policy as, special policy meeting just to do this issue because we're going into January without an agenda policy.
My opinion is similar to Sarah's. I think policy should do it. I trust that you guys are going to it's going to be your best effort. And if we have problems with it, then we'll discuss it when you bring it to the board. Or if we love it, we'll discuss it.
Maybe a bit of both, who knows? Hopefully more of the latter.
Yay.
Okay.
Next week, if anybody else.
All right, look at that.
Policy.
Got something done too in addition to
Policy admin tomorrow.
doing some training. Just jumping back to this. So is that, everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with
Okay,
that. I just
great. I don't want to
wanted-
move on to something else if you all want to continue with that. But so we talked a bit about email, the public meeting issue, the public record issue. You have policy BEA. I'm gonna find a copy of that. I think I printed it off.
I have a question about email. What is
Yes.
so typically we've had the board chair is the only respondent to emails unless she says like, oh, well, that's really a finance question, I'm gonna refer you to the chair of finance, or, oh, that's a superintendent question, I'm gonna refer you to Julie, or whatever. Like, is that common practice, and if so, what are the advantages or disadvantages?
Yeah, I think it is, in my experience anyway, and I think the advantage is, again, it's kind of centralizing communication and funneling communication to one place so that you can kind of speak with one voice, if you will, and again, it's kind of, depending on what the email correspondence is about, a lot of times it may need to be referred to an administrative level person or something else, I suppose, right, if it's a kind of a question or an issue. But there's also the, it's your board chair, and board chairs have a number of kind of different functions, including kind of running meetings typically and things like that. And that's another one of those that is oftentimes, runs to the board chair is to, we funnel communication to the board chair, and the board chair will respond to those. I think that addition of, if you want to call it an addition of, if this is an issue about a particular, that a particular subcommittee deals with, and there's a chair of that subcommittee, and that person should be the one to respond, I think that makes good sense to me that would get funneled to that person rather than coming from the chair if that's the way that the board decides they want to do it.
So the chair sort of directs navigates the communications, but what if it's in terms of speaking on behalf of the board? I guess my concern is just about my own practice in terms of I get copied on an email, and I don't want people to think that I'm just neglecting my responsibilities, but rather I'm deferring to our practice.
Yeah.
And so, first of all, how do we navigate what is appropriate for, just funneling in terms of this is, handled by the superintendent versus this is something that needs a response by the full board? And then secondly, how as individual board members would you recommend that we respond to back to the public so that they know that we're, allowing that to occur?
Yeah, good questions. So, I think the easiest thing to do is to try to make it as simple as you can. And so one of the simplest ways to do it is really anything that comes in from anybody funnels to, let's just say the easiest thing is if it goes to you as a board member, you funnel it to the board chair, kind of period. And then the board chair will know, and it's easier to have one person who will know these things because sometimes it's a lot to know. Okay, is that an administrative thing that then I need to send as a board chair to the superintendent or to whoever? Or is this a board thing that I need to say, that's actually a board level thing. The board is either going to take that up or we'll consider it for the agenda or whatever it might be. Or if it's hey, thank you for your input, we'll consider this as a board because it's about something you already have on the agenda for next time, or whatever it might be, whatever the appropriate response is from the chair to that person. Whether you decide to do an individual response to say, hey, thanks for your email, just wanted to let you know we received it. It's it's gone to our board chair. He or she will be getting back to you. In this case, she will be getting back to you at some point. I don't see any problem with that. The issue though then is if everyone's CC'd and everyone does that, that person has 7 emails, and it just seems a little silly. So, and so it's kind of, I would probably, unless somebody really has a problem with not getting a response and they get in your face about it at some point, and even then I think you can manage it. I would just let the board chair do it, assuming they actually were on that email. Otherwise, you can forward it to that person. If you get it as an individual, you could say, hey, I'm going to be sending this under a board chair. That's our practice. She'll be getting back to you at some point. Thank you. That's fine to do. It's the same thing you do in person. If you saw the person at the grocery store and they said, hey, can you help me with this? Or I know you're on the board and I want to, I have this concern. You would send it, you'd say, hey, thanks for that. This is where we take those things, and I'm going to, I'll let that person know, but you should also reach out to them yourself.
But they would have a response about what I'm doing. And in this case, I just feel like they could perceive that as unwarranted. I don't.
Yeah, and that's always what you have to balance is that, your time and your ability to respond and those sorts of things. Be aware, any email that you send most likely is a public record. Whether it's from your personal email or school-issued email, you should really only be using school-issued email for board-level stuff, school-related stuff. But that's a public record, so that's why I think for those sorts of things, really short, really professional, really nice, done. And then there's a record of the fact that you got back to somebody if for some reason they had a problem with it later, or they didn't think they got a response.
So something you said struck me. So I have you said personal email as well. We have our school board email on our personal phone. Does that mean our entire personal phone is open to freedom?
No, but if there were text messages on that phone, this would apply even if you didn't have school email on the phone. If you just had your personal phone, but you had text messages in that phone that were school-related text messages, those might be subject to disclosure as public records. It's possible. Personal text messages would not be, but the public ones might be. So, yeah, even personal devices, if they're used for school business, could be public records, some of the documents in there.
So, you would have to turn your phone over then?
Well,
Or how does that work?
no, so
You can send a transcript of a voicemail or a screenshot of a text or.
yeah, to the extent we got a Freedom of Access Act request for something that might include those sorts of things, somebody, whether it's me or the IT director, somebody who's kind of compiling the information, or the superintendent would reach out to you and say, hey, we got this request. If you have anything, you got to save it. And if you think you do and you're not sure how to send it to us, let us know. We'll work to get it.
Usually what we'll do, because we've had that situation in the past, and so with voicemails, text messages, emails, any written documents, they'll turn them over to me or to Kate. Kate is the FOIA officer, and then we'll send them on to Drummond Woodsum for redaction. So they'll go through, take out, they may black out certain pieces of it if the text message or the email or piece of information has to do with that particular FOIA request. They'll just black it out, or they may just take the entire text message or email out altogether.
I understand though that it's up to like the individual with the phone to provide that screenshot?
Well, so if it's
Rather
in
than
if it's
someone
in an
taking the phone and-
if it's in an email, for example, and you have an app on your phone that has email, well, the school unit has access to that email through its own
Well,
central
that's not
system.
text.
If it's so if it's a text message, that can be sent in different ways. But yeah, it might mean that at some point we have to all get together so that tech or somebody can extract that text message in a way that is make sure it's actually readable or whatever. Or but a screenshot and an email might suffice too. It depends on the situation. And the key is just to understand that those messages could be public records, and if we get a request, we'd have to disclose them. So don't use it for that purpose. And if you do, just you got to be careful about deleting things and stuff like that, because there are these record retention requirements for all kinds of stuff, and we don't want to run foul of those either. So it's just best to try to funnel it to the keep it in a certain box, and my school box, and that's dealt with a certain way, and this is my personal box, and that's different. But these are really good questions. So I know we're just about out of time, and so I just want to touch on a couple other items that I promised we would get to, and so we will get to. Social media, there's a question about, or wondering about social media messages, and do we follow, should we try to kind of be aware of what people are saying on social media and responding on social media? And one, I don't think, you have no obligation to be aware of what people are doing on social media. That's up to your good judgment and whether it's going to compromise your sanity to do that. And to try to follow it and to keep track of everything. And, a lot of times people say all kinds of stuff on social media, and you may not want to read those things. And you have no obligation to. And then, and I, you just ask yourself, does it make sense for me to do this? Is it worth my time, et cetera? Because you're already dealing with a lot as a school board member. I'm not sure you want to take that on as well. And then two, responding to constituents on social media. It's the same type of thing as it is for email and for text messages and in-person conversations. It's really all the same kind of rule. To the extent that, you have a personal social media page and people in the community are messaging you on there related to your board function, be the exact same thing as if they came up to you in the in the parking lot and did that, or at the grocery store or wherever and did it. I would say use the same rule, same thing with an email. If they sent you an email to your school account or your personal account. What I would say is if they send it to your, and one option is if you really want to try to keep those things separate, which I think you should, you can certainly ask them to use a different channel. That'd be the one other thing you might do is to say, hey, thanks for reaching out. Could you send that to my board email or something so that, again, it funnels through a particular place? Because I actually haven't seen this yet, but I have a feeling your response on social media could be a public record that we have to keep track of. And so, the more places this stuff goes, the more we have to try to corral it. And so why don't we send them to a place where we know how to manage it? That'd be my recommendation. We talked about agenda setting. Just a couple other references to some good policies to be aware of. BEA. BEA is your school board use of email policy. So that talks about a lot of the stuff we've already talked about. There was a question about special meetings. So when do you hold a special meeting? I don't have a hard line rule for you on that. Your policy BE talks about special meetings. And what that policy says is a special meeting may be called by the chair, the superintendent, or upon request of at least 3 board members with at least 3 days written notice of all board members. And then there's some information about the notice. I see special meetings most often in the context of, the board has to deal with it's usually a particular issue and there's some kind of timeline on it so that it can't wait till your next meeting. A really common example is student expulsion hearings because you can only, generally speaking, in the regular ed, not the special ed necessarily, in the regular ed context, building principals can only suspend a student for 10 days, up to 10 days. And so, right, if that student needs to come before the board for an expulsion, a lot of times the next board meeting is going to be well beyond that 10 days. And if it was a serious offense, that student theoretically has the right to come back to school in that interim. We don't necessarily want that. And so, so you might have a special meeting called to consider that. But that could still happen in advance. It wouldn't be an emergency meeting, it'd just be a special. There may be other categories of times when you do that, but that's, to me, the most frequent. And then last, public comment at board meetings. So you have a policy on this. This can be a bit of a thorny issue. So the policy is BEDH. I think it's a good policy. And then you have BEDHR, which is the procedures. And the procedures are mostly designed to try to help folks address their concerns at the lowest possible level and at the right level. Because a lot of times, right, when members of the public want to come talk to you about something, it's not something that the board is going to deal with. It's a student issue that's going to be dealt with at a certain level. It's a personnel issue. You have a policy dealing with complaints about personnel. It's a XYZ thing. And you're going to have to direct that person to that place at the board meeting. So hopefully they've looked at this beforehand and you don't even need to deal with it. If you do, then you want to follow policy BEDH. And what I'd say about comments generally, because I'm essentially out of time for my portion of this workshop, is support it's usually the board chair, support your board chair in trying to deal with public comment issues, contentious public comment sessions. Because typically what happens is somebody shows up at the public comment period and wants to discuss something that's not on the agenda or that's confidential that we can't allow them to, or they want to say bad things about somebody and we're worried about a defamation claim because we allowed that to happen in public. And we have to shut them down. That's really hard. That can be really tough to do. And I think it can really help if, again, we always have to be professional, kind of polite as possible about that. Tell them that they can't talk about it, explain why they can't talk about it, give them a place to go, because usually their concern does have a place to go. It's just not the board. And then remind them that, if they try to continue to talk about it, we'll have to stop them again, and at some point they're going to be disrupting your meeting and they're going to have to be asked to leave. That's really hard to do. It doesn't happen that often, but what I'll just say is support whoever's dealing with that at the time, because it's a tough thing to do.
Okay, so you just gave a lot of really nefarious, problematic reasons for why some people might come and speak at public comment. However, there's also a lot of other very constructive reasons why a member of the community might want to come to a board meeting and speak to something that's not on the agenda. And right now, we only have email for seeing us on the community in terms of communicating with the board. And email, as you just said, is quite problematic in terms of, or a whole couple.
So I guess I'm wondering why some districts choose to toe a really hard line and say you can only speak to items that are on the agenda. But other districts are a little bit more accommodating and have that clause in their agenda where at the end of the meeting, you can come up and you can speak to something that is not on the agenda.
Yep.
So, and that, I mean, that's what I would love. When we have that conversation about what we're going to do with that, that's what I would love. Right now, it's very clear that it's only about what's on the agenda.
Yep.
So just from your perspective, working with schools, like, why do some districts take a hard line on that and others be more open-minded and accommodating?
Great question. So, somewhat anecdotal, it's just kind of my experience and just my kind of rationale for it, even just kind of personal thinking about it. Because I've thought about this a lot lately because I get a lot of these questions. And I think one reason that some school units might limit it just to items on the agenda is because they have a lot to get through and on that agenda. And if they don't have really good rules about timeframes for public comment and those sorts of things, or have trouble enforcing those, allowing comments that aren't about stuff on the agenda can essentially kind of blow up the meeting and they don't get any business done. And you're all, again, it just kind of goes back to being super busy. A lot of times you have a lot to get through on the agenda and those are important items. They're on the agenda for a reason. So we're really there focused to get business done. It's a business meeting in many ways. And so to the extent the public has useful commentary on those agenda items, that's why you consider it typically, but you got to get through those agenda items. Another reason I think for some folks is because they've had issues with people getting up and not saying constructive things about non-agenda items, but saying the bad stuff or stuff they can't say or that the board doesn't want to sanction, and so they've just had to shut people down. So then they try to establish the rule about the agenda items.
So
It could
if we did
work.
it at the end, it wouldn't disrupt business because it would be at the end. And if we agreed as a board that a consent agenda might work for us, then that's an opportunity to shorten some of the business items on the meeting to really make meetings a little bit more efficient.
So yeah, it's a really interesting question, I think, about when do you have a public comment session. Some do it at the beginning, right, so that to make sure that it happens and that the people are, the public is there and everyone's there when it happens and that sort of thing. But if you do it at the beginning, particularly if you're going to have comments about the agenda items, well, people can't comment after they've heard what the board has to say about it, so they don't feel like they're really being heard. Pros and cons. Some do it twice. Some do it and some do it after each agenda item, have a short thing because the people, and some do it at the end when a lot of people have left. So there are a lot of different considerations for that. I don't think there's a best way. I think there's probably a best way for your school unit, and that's the best you can do. Good questions.
Is there legal guidance around during the public comment period having a discussion? I think some of the feedback that we've heard, or at least I've heard, is it's a one-way. It's not a conversation.
Yeah.
And so it's less of a discussion. Are there any legalities that prevent us from having a conversation with the person who's commenting?
That kind of interactive discussion does implicate some potential legal issues. It's not like a clear, obvious thing. There's no statute or law that says you can't have a dialogue necessarily. But having that dialogue, I think, can create potential problems. And I think it goes back to kind of when do you have those comments? Because if it's at a time where the comments can be directed towards things that have been discussed or other stuff that isn't, but can kind of be heard, and then that might be taken up later, it is more of a dialogue in a way, even though it's not a dynamic back and forth.
We can very quickly get into an equity issue as well. If there's someone who's bringing up a public comment and it's something the board wants to engage in or is prepared to engage in, and you spend a lot of time with that person, but then someone else brings up an issue and you don't engage, I think that could get you in a really factor into a corner very easily. And just from my experience, we had a gentleman who used to come once a month and he would say pretty much the same thing about his religious beliefs and about sex education and how he believes in, creationism versus evolution. And it was every single month he would come and say something similar to the same effect. And so we haven't had that experience yet here, but that could happen very easily. And then if you're not getting that person for fair treatment, I think
Julie, your point's a good one. It's the timing issue is when it becomes a dialogue, how do you, usually if there are timing rules, they're about how long an individual community member can speak and those, and even that's really hard to police, by the way, if you haven't had to deal with it, that's really hard to do. And then on top of that, you add a back and forth, how do we figure out how long the board's allowed to talk about things, and then, yeah, you get into a 10-minute discussion, that eats up the entire public comment period. Yeah, that's a great point. So, good, really good questions, though. These are all things that, these are all good things to think about, though. They're all issues that come up that we deal with and that are worth thinking about.
We have to let Alex go, because he has a meeting to be at home.
Thank you. Yes, I hope he will be awake. I think he will when I get there. I've learned that lesson, believe me. Well, thank you all for having me. I appreciate it. You have really good questions. Thank you. I hope this was helpful. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Can you read the other handbook?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Do you have 6 there?
5.
I think I have one upstairs.
Okay, if you need another one, let me know. We can get it to you. I give you mine, but it's all marked up and stuff. Can't give away all my secrets.
You guys want to take a quick break?
Yeah,
Yes.
can we take a quick 5 minutes? And then, yeah, we can go ahead.
Okay, that's fine, sure.
Thank you.
I have to go warm up.
Over 2 minutes.
Remember last time, I was boiling hot, and then I sat there, and then my phone up like this. My friend was watching the I was freezing. Amy, have you seen
Mainer.
Yeah, like.
So I did.
I always feel like the other way around, you know, you get on a plane here in Portland, and then you get to Florida, and the minute you get off the jetway, it's like boom,
Good.
I
and
love
you're wearing
that.
like a sweat. I do too.
I'm just gonna kind of move forward with this because we're already at 5:45. If you guys have questions, feel free to just stop me and ask questions. Some of what we're gonna cover at the end, Alec already covered. We're gonna go kind of a little more in-depth just based on some experiences, primarily that I've had both on the town and school side. So I am Jen Day. I'm the Director of Technology for the town of Scarborough, meaning that our departments, which is meaning our Department of Shared Services, we service both the town and the school districts. We have 11 employees. We have about 5 that are kind of permanently out in the school different phases. They're in the different buildings. They are field technicians. They work directly with our instructional coaches, and they kind of do the frontline plugs and wires pieces. And we've got some network and telecom folks, and we've got some online services people, and then there's me, and we have a deputy director. I come from a banking background, so I ran the technology department most recently at a local bank, and I was there for 10 years. So I usually approach things with kind of a paranoid information security perspective. Probably more paranoid, I know more paranoid than my other technology directors at other schools. So a bunch of technology directors and I got together last year and we formed the Maine Educational Technology Directors Association, META. And there we talk about all these different issues, and some of them are cybersecurity. We just had a meeting last Friday, and they were like, oh, can you share your presentation out with me? A lot of them were just sort of shocked that we do this cybersecurity training on an annual basis. Every single staff member, all 500 staff members, are required to go through this training every year. We give a special session to the new employees as they come on board. So we thought this year, we're sort of like, wait, why haven't we done this for the board in the past? So we thought this year it would be worthwhile for you guys to kind of see what the staff sees. I always tell people that I feel like the purpose of this presentation isn't just to help people at the school kind of in your professional lives. It's also hopefully going to help you at home. On your home computers, your home devices, your kids' home devices. So again, if you have questions about that, feel free to stop me and ask. Just an FYI before we get rolling, I did throw my back out, so I may sit down through this presentation, but actually it feels kind of good standing up and moving around.
Just one other FYI before Jen gets started. Jen is an amazing resource to both the town and the schools, and recently she has decided to go back to banking, and so she's leaving us. Really, January 3rd is probably the last day we'll physically have her here, but she has agreed to help us out in some other ways on a consultation sort of way. But this will be a huge void for us, both on the town and school side, and so we have advertised for the position, but Jen has a very unique skill set, and we're going to miss it.
I will miss everybody here. It was a hard decision to make, but I do miss banking. I was there for more than 10 years. I worked for another bank before that. So yeah, that opportunity came up and going back to financial services. But I do feel very passionately about these kinds of issues, so I'm always happy to help out with any of this. So today we're going to talk about sort of what the problem is in cybersecurity, because I think that's sort of like a really vague thing, and people sort of throw that term around a lot, but we're going to get into exactly what that is. And really, who cares about it? Because I also think that because it's such sort of a vague theme, that people kind of think, oh, this doesn't really apply to me. But it really applies to everybody. Again, not just in your professional life, but at home. Talk about some of the biggest threats that are facing us today as a society, and then kind of what you can do, some preventative tips and best practices. So the first thing I want to do is just show you this video. It's courtesy of Cisco Systems.
It's excellent. These wraps are excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I think mine has bacon in it.
Oh, mine didn't have juice, mine was.
Got mustard
no.
now.
He beat us to it. There was apples. I'm kind of jealous. I take bacon over apples. I take bacon anyway. No, I just fought for the apples.
I think the volume needs to be turned up over here.
How did you decide to become a hacker?
Well, I'm not really sure what it means to become a hacker. That's like some guy in a hoodie who types really fast and stays up all night writing code and cracking passwords. It's not me. I just spy on people and see what makes them click. It's not a bad job.
Mark Hanning, CEO of Qualicard, set to report earnings after their blockbuster IPO.
So you consider this a job?
I put a lot of work into this. I'm not lazy. It takes research to figure out the key players, learn all about them, their families, their friends, what they care about. You have to understand the company's organization. I get a lot of my information from the sales department because they're always so quick and eager. They're hungry. People trust too easily. They don't look at the details. I do. Details matter. That's what I'm good at. It has to look completely believable. It has to look familiar. This is where research is important. It's not some generic piece of spam. It's an email from their boss with their company signature. It's written in the voice of the boss. It's what he would say if he were writing this.
What about the malware itself? How does that work?
Somebody else out there already wrote all the code that does the actual attack. I'm just using it in the attachment. My skill is in my ability to get a bunch of people to click on that attachment. I always wonder what it's like when the whole thing unfolds on their end. When the panic sets in.
Please leave your message after the beep. Hey, this is Rajiv in finance. Call me as soon as you get this. Something's up with my laptop. Are you on your way to the office? Something's going on with our file service.
Karen in HR, our benefits dashboard thing's really slow. We're getting calls from users on it. Can we always get this?
Keeping conference down.
Apparently there's a malware attack targeting our
It's ransomware. They're holding us hostage. We're locked out of everything. I can't even check my phone. What about the backup?
That will take days.
We need this fixed now. It's paid. We don't have a choice. We're reporting earnings in 2 hours.
But how do you know that they'll...
Pay it. Put every single person on getting us back up and running. That's the only priority now. Okay, it's done. I have the decrypt key. Mark, we have a big problem. The ransomware was just to distract us. They got inside. They got everything. Customer data, financials, everything.
Qualicard is reeling today from the news that hackers have released the personal information of nearly
The Nasdaq closed lower today, led by Qualicard, which was down 14% on news that their recent data breach may be far worse. The company originally
fell to a new all-time low on news that CEO Mark Hanning is stepping down after what is turning out to be one of the worst breaches of personal information in recent history.
Do you feel bad about releasing the personal information? All the financials? All the money that was lost?
All I did was get the files. I'm not the one that decided to release them. I'm not the one that shorted the stock. Somebody else had their reasons for that. It's above my pay grade. I was paid to do a job, and I did it well. And that's what's expected of anyone, isn't it? Anyway, markets bounce back.
video, and we're gonna talk about what ransomware is and kind of how it infiltrates into various systems. It's a huge problem. That figure that they put out there of $1 million is actually an old figure. That's from several years ago. It's actually costing globally much more than that. And ransomware, I just read, is old news because the hackers have moved on to more sort of hacker terrorism. So basically, they're out to disrupt systems and disrupt city processes and things like that now. They've sort of moved away. Ransomware is like, old news. So really the problem, when you look at $522, is the average ransom amount demanded from consumers, and that was in 2018. So that may not seem like a lot, but if you get ransomware on your home machine and you get a demand for $522 and you get that demand on every single machine that's in your house, imagine what that's going to cost you out of pocket. Ransomware is a form of malware that is downloaded, various payload types. You can have an email attachment, you can have an email, you can have brute force attacks, but ransomware actually gets into your system and it locks every single file, basically locks all your data on your machine. If it gets into a network, it can lock up every single file and all the data in that entire network. It'll just hop from file to file, server to server. I had a friend of mine who got ransomware on her machine. She brought it over to me. I tried for 3 days to decrypt it. It was encrypted to DoD standards. The only thing I could do to her machine at the end was restore it to factory settings. She lost everything. She has a small business. She lost her invoices. She lost her Quicken files. She lost all of her kids' pictures. Everything was gone. Thankfully, she had backed it up, but she had backed it up probably a year before that. So we really, everything within that next year was completely gone. They demanded $1,000 from her, but I will tell you that in less than half of the cases where somebody pays a ransom, you actually get the decrypt key. You probably will pay the ransom and you will never see the decrypt key, and your files will be lost and you'll be out what X amount of dollars. Don't forget too that they've already gotten into your system. So if you pay the ransom, you decrypt your files, but you don't do anything to harden your systems, they're going to get in again and they're going to demand another ransom. $10,000 is the amount that Leominster, Mass paid, that was back in May, for the decrypt key for ransomware. I think that their ransomware was downloaded by a rogue email attachment, and often they'll come in, they'll look like, and we'll talk about the various ways that they can come in, but it might look like it's an email that comes from Julie. If you don't look at that header really in depth enough, they can spoof the email address so that it looks similar enough to Julie's email that if you're glancing at it, you think, oh, okay, and it might say something like, unpaid invoices, or something that you would think, oh, as a board member, I should click on this. You click on it, and unbeknownst to you, that dumps a malware payload onto your machine. Once it's on your machine, if you're connected to the network, it can hop through our entire network. And there are different types of malware that will do that. There are sort of time bombs that will sit someplace and open at a certain period of time or open upon a certain action. There are things that will look for things like financial servers, and they will try to hop to those and then basically call out to sort of a mothership to start releasing packets of data out to it. There was a situation with Harland years ago now when I was back in banking, where they had malware that hopped through their network. And what it would do is wait until sort of the middle of the night, and it would break the data down into small packets, so it wasn't really detectable. Because you probably have systems within your systems that look and watch and think, that's weird, 3 o'clock in the morning, I have like mass amounts of data going out to some unknown place in Yugoslavia. You would definitely hone in on that and try to take a look at what was going out. Small packets here and there, could just be a website ping or something like that. So it was doing that for months. They lost, I think it was like 2 million customer, 2 million, they lost account information for like 2 million customers. $148 is the average amount that it's going to cost you per record for a data breach. So that amount of money, and that's on the low end. I would say it's probably more like $200 and up, between $200 and $300 per record. So when we say that, what we're saying is that you are going to have somebody come in and do forensic analysis on your entire network. You're going to have somebody come in and try to clean up your network, potentially replace servers, replace systems, replace hardware. You're probably going to have to pay for attorneys. You're going to have to pay for PR people. So that cost is what's included in the $148 here. So let's just say you had 10,000 records, which wouldn't be abnormal for a school district in a town. Don't forget, we are shared services, so the town and the school are on the same network. That's why we tend to be stricter with our security here, and we tend to lock things down more. We're on the same network as the police department, as Public Works, as HR upstairs. So if you think 10,000 records, that's $1.48 million, just right off the bat of probably what it's going to cost you to start the cleanup. And I will tell you, we'll talk about Atlanta in a little bit, but Atlanta had a huge breach, shut the entire city down for minimum 3 weeks, everything. Judicial system, courts and police stations, schools, everything shut down for 3 weeks while they tried to clean everything up. They are estimating that breach now has reached about 17 million in trying to clean it up and fix it. So some of the things that we're going to talk about: hacking, phishing, social engineering, ransomware, and IoT is the Internet of Things. And that is kind of, everybody's got that now. You might have done some Christmas shopping. You went out, you got the Ring doorbells, or you got Amazon Alexas or whatever. That's all considered the Internet of Things. Those are things that you put into your home, and they collect data. And they also connect you to your home, but they can connect other people to your home too. So it's just something to be aware of. So what is hacking? Hacking is exactly what it sounds like. Unauthorized, basically, brute force into a device, network, and the data. And all of these things, hacking, phishing, social engineering, they can all combine into one attack. So it's not like you may have one or the other, but most likely it'll be hacking through phishing that was engineered with social engineering. Phishing is a fraudulent practice of sending emails supposedly from somebody else and likely from somebody that you would normally trust. And then we'll talk about spear phishing. So here's an example of phishing. Now, it's very easy to go out, get a bunch of icons and clip art, and just make up emails, make up graphics, and make it look like your email is coming from a legitimate source. So here's something that we actually got in-house. Most of these emails were things that have come into our folks. So hello, blah, blah, blah. Please confirm account ownership by clicking on this link. And people think, oh, I've got to confirm that right away because I want to get my emails. They click on that, and that's going to dump a malware payload onto your device. Spear phishing is the same thing as phishing, but spear phishing is the same thing as phishing, but it's when hackers get lists of people who maybe belong to companies, belong to email lists. So an example is years ago now, there was an email marketing company, Epsilon, and they did email marketing for a lot of different companies. So L. Bean, they did, I think it was Best Buy, I think Sears. So hackers got in. Now you would think, who cares, right? They get my email address. So they know that I shop at Best Buy. Who cares? What they did was they got in and they got all of these email addresses and they said, oh, Leanne shops at Best Buy. So now what are we going to do? We're going to make up an email that looks like it's from Best Buy. And we're going to say, oh, man, we had a big sale at Best Buy, 50% off Apple Watches, click on this to get your coupon. And they send it to people. That's spear phishing. When they know something about you and they send something to you that you are much more likely to click on and then thus download a malware payload. And so this is an example of Netflix spear phishing. This actually came into somebody. You can see here though, if you look at this carefully, which I don't know if you can really see it, if you look at it carefully, the first thing you can see is it's a weird address, right? It doesn't look like it came from like NetflixCustomerService.com. It came from some very strange, long, drawn-out algorithm. Second is, likely when a company like that communicates with you, they're gonna not use such informal language, like say, your Amex card. They're gonna say your credit card, or your, if it's your American Express, they might say your American Express card, but they likely would say like your credit card, or your account, or your payment type. Also, the word usage and the spelling in this is really distinctly British. It's not sort of what would be considered American English. So when you take a look at that, it doesn't even look like that was generated in this country, and it wasn't. This was actually a hack that came from overseas. So this is just another quick video to kind of show you how easy it is.
Oh, where can I help?
Hot chocolate.
What's her name?
Joelle.
What was her name?
Alex.
Alex. There you go, Johnny. If you like our Facebook page, we give you a free hot drink and a free pastry.
We have a new line for Damien.
Standing by. Hi there, can I help?
Yeah, just liked your Facebook page.
Okay, I'll search Facebook now.
I'm searching Google.
Have a phone number.
I've got his email address.
Okay, Carly, are you ready for information on Damien?
Yep, I am.
Mother's maiden name is he banks with
Carly, this is the girl coming in now with the blue scarf.
What's her name? Nicholas.
Nicola. His date of birth, 7th May. She lives at 38A.
Just be a couple of seconds.
2 children, age 4 and 6. Previous address, she's got the postcode.
Yep, got it.
Thank you.
Damien, age 26 and a fitness instructor.
How do you know that?
Brody, who goes to UCL. Martin, who went to South Thames College. Assistant psychologist at Great Ormond Street. How did you know?
That is... I don't really understand.
Oh, pardon?
You know I'm a Christian as well.
Oh yeah, we know everything about you, Martin. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Anna from Russia.
So you can see, I mean, how many times have you been asked for your email address or like us on Facebook or whatever? You get on Facebook and you can find out all kinds of stuff about somebody. So I jumped on somebody's Facebook page, nobody in Scarborough, nobody, it was a friend of a friend of a friend. And I just thought it was interesting because a little while ago, and I think these are still going around, I don't know if any of you participated in these, don't raise your hand and tell anybody if you did. There were these surveys that were going around. They were just fun, quick surveys like, oh, what's your favorite holiday? What's your favorite board game? Well, you gotta think about when you're filling this out and you're posting this on Facebook, you are telling the entire world a lot about your life. So I just picked one thing. I was like, okay, let's pick type of car you drive, 10-year-old Honda Civic, time for a new car, right? That tells me quite a bit about that person. So now I've got her email address, right? I've got her Facebook. I know that much about her. So I went out, I made this. I went out to the Honda website and I clip art the Civic thing, and I was like, oh, that looks good, $18,949. Okay, so I'll just write a little marketing spiel here. You know, our records indicate you're a long-time loyal Honda owner, right? Because I know that about her, because she drives a 10-year-old Honda Civic, and it's time for a new car, in parentheses. So I say, oh, for the next 48 hours, we're offering current Civic owners a special. So blah, 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 you can get this great deal. Click here for your Honda loyalty reward. What are the chances she's going to click there for her Honda loyalty reward? I know she's looking for a new car. I know she drives a 10-year-old Civic. Click there. Malware. I've just loaded malware to her machine. I probably loaded malware that either will lock up all her files and I can demand a $2,000 ransom, or I've loaded malware that I can actually just dig through her machine. I can find out where she banks. I can put a keylogger on there, find out where all her passwords are. Once I know where her IP address is for her banks, I'll just wait until she logs in, and then I have the keylogger on there. I know where her username and password is. I'll be a man in the middle, and I'll just wait until she logs on. When you put a man in the middle, you actually create a browser so that you are pretending to be the bank, and I'll just slowly siphon all the money out of her account. That took me all of, I want to say, maybe 3 minutes to make. So what is social engineering? And again, these sort of all combine to create sort of a malware storm. Social engineering is when somebody poses as somebody else to manipulate somebody into divulging confidential or private information. This doesn't have to be online. We always warn people that the easiest way to social engineer somebody is to pretend to be somebody who normally would just come in and do servicing. So I could go out, find out in some company, who services your copiers or your computers, your desktops, or whatever, and then I could just create a patch. I could very easily create some business cards, come up to the front desk. Hi, I'm here to service your copiers. In most copiers, there are actually hard drives that capture images of everything that you copy. It's something that I think people are becoming more and more aware of now. Now there's copiers that come with encryption for that. But years ago, there was a situation where these copiers, once they sort of hit end of life, excuse me, they would be sent to auction. And so there was an auction, I can't remember where it was, I want to say it was in like Pennsylvania or upstate New York. And there were all these copiers from all over the country. There were copiers from police departments and hospitals and insurance companies. And they went to auction. This guy went in and he bought 3 of them. And he went home and managed to pull off on these 3 copiers off the hard drive confidential information about sex abuse cases from the police department, HIPAA-protected files from the one that was at the hospital, HIPAA-protected files from the one that was in the insurance company. Those images were actually captured and stored on those hard drives, and he was able to pull them all off. So you need to make sure that those hard drives are pulled, that those are cleaned up, or that everything's encrypted. There's usually a USB port people can come in, grab that data right off the back of it. So we always tell people you need to make sure that you know that that person is who they say they are. And if you have to tell them, stop at the front desk, pick up the phone and call the department or the person that they said sent them, please do that. So now we have a process where somebody comes in and says, oh, we're here to service whatever, they'll call us up and say, did you send this? Usually we'll proactively tell them, we've sent somebody, they're going to be coming at whatever time. So this is an example of online social engineering. This actually happened to not just Sue Ketch, but this happened throughout the district to every single principal. And this happened repeatedly this summer. It was something that we almost couldn't even keep up with. But they would send a quick email that said, it supposedly looked like it was from Sue or from Ann or whoever, and it would say, please call me. And so you get this. Now, the interesting thing is it was susanketch2@gmail.com. So most people didn't notice that. There were people who did notice that. There were people who sent us those emails and said, this doesn't look right. Why is it not, on her school email? So people would say, yes, did you mean 3 hours ago? I'm up early if you want to call, and they gave their phone number. So now whoever is posing as Sue has their phone number, and their email address and knows somebody is watching, monitoring that email address and responding to it. And so, you know, it went on. What ended up happening in these emails is they always ask the person, I'm stuck in a meeting, excuse me, and I need to buy 6 iPhone cards, or I need to buy 6 Apple card, iTunes cards. Can you please go across the street and get those for me, Hannaford? I'll reimburse you. And thankfully, it would get as far as the request. Thankfully, nobody went over and bought the 6 iTunes cards or, you know, gift cards to wherever. But because I think that we've done this training enough now. We've started this about 3 years ago, and so I have no doubt that 4 years ago, we probably would have had some people who went out and bought the cards, but now that we've repeatedly done this training, people are kind of looking for these signs. So it's the emails that came across, though, were tricky.
So a bunch of superintendents just got one, not this one specifically, but a similar email that was like, you know, requesting information about our meetings, but it was kind of strange because, you know, some things just didn't look right, and then we found out that a bunch of us got it.
For a while, we in central office were getting almost weekly emails from either Julie or Kate asking us to wire $150,000 to an account somewhere because it was an emergency. They didn't really specify the emergency, but yeah. And believe it or not, there are people not people here in this district, but there were other people who did it, and we had a huge rash of this actually in the state last spring, where emails came in that were socially engineered, and they asked, they went into the HR admin, and they asked them to release W-2 information, and they did. So there were a number of data breaches that occurred just from somebody posing as somebody else. So spoofing, we kind of talked about that already. It's the forgery of an email header to make it look like the message appeared from somebody else. That email header that I just showed you from Sue was actually a real email header. It wasn't really spoofed. It was, you know, if you go out to Gmail, you can kind of create whatever email address you want. And so that's what that was. This is something that may look like it's from a legit source, but on the back end, it's not. So you can see here, spoofing support@chase.com. If you hover over that support@chase.com, it has a completely different weird address. I don't know if I put it in there. No, I didn't. But it's a very weird, it's not support@chase.com. If you ever get an email like this, what we tell people is just pick up the phone. You've got the number to Chase if you're a customer of Chase, or to, you know, whatever your bank is. Just pick up the phone, get that number if you have to get it off the internet or you get it from the back of your credit card, whatever, and call them yourself. Don't respond online, because when you click here to log in, that's when you probably get the malware payload, but here they probably had you log into a fake page so they could get your login information. Then they've got your username and password. Ransomware, we already talked about this. It's malware that limits or prevents users from accessing their systems or data until ransom is paid. Basically what it shows, it looks like this. You'll get a screen that looks like this. Your computer's been locked. And sometimes it looks like really official, and so you think, what, it's been locked by the government? Like, why are they, you know, and then you kind of read through it, and you see that they want, you know, however much money in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency, so it's basically currency that's traded online. It's difficult to get. You have to have an electronic wallet and all these other things. But Bitcoin is worth, I think each Bitcoin at one point was worth $9,000. So if you had 10 Bitcoin, it'd be 90,000. Ransomware, as you can see, affected most in 2008, affected the educational sector, and then next government. And why is that? It's because education and government traditionally don't have the money to invest in hardening their systems and securing everything. We thankfully, because of shared services, we kind of put, you know, twice that into making sure that we're protected and making sure that our users are protected. And then you can see top industries and social breaches, public, so municipalities, towns, cities, healthcare and education. So some of the ransomware incidents that occurred most recently, I like to bring it home first. So Brewer School Department this year had a ransomware incident. I think that they said it was loaded through an infected attachment, and they ended up paying $1,400 to get their data decrypted. It took them, I think, about a week. It was kind of like over a weekend, so some days, a weekend, and another couple of days to try to scrub down their systems. The city of Atlanta, you probably heard about that. We already talked about it. They had ransomware. That ransomware, there are actually two Iranian hackers who were just recently indicted for that attack. And it was an attack with malware called SamSam. And SamSam is not delivered via sort of a typical payload, so meaning through like an infected file or something. It actually is usually delivered through brute force. So it's somebody just attacking your systems, figuring out passwords, and a lot of that has to do if you have really weak or poor authentication. So we'll talk about sort of strengthening your authentication. Horry County Schools in South Carolina, they had a ransomware attack. They sort of debated, like, what do we do, what do we do? And I think a week went by, and they finally ended up paying, I think it was $10,000. They paid $10,000 in ransom, but they estimated that it probably cost them about $40,000 to actually recover all their data, and $40,000 because they ended up having to shut down systems and shut down all their servers and school district and everything. So it probably was $40,000 just in lost wages and time. Then the Columbia Falls School District in Missouri, I like to bring this one up because this one's actually sort of still dragging on. Columbia Falls School District, this actually shut down an entire district and surrounding schools for days. They got a sort of ransom note. They started to get emails from a group that calls themselves the Dark Overlords. The Dark Overlords started to demand ransom for files that they claimed that they had. And I think initially the school district was like, oh, what do we do? Do we pay that? Do they really have these files? Then they started to get these ransom letters. And this is just an excerpt. The ransom letters were actually 15 pages long. They went on and on and on. And this is probably the least scary excerpt from the letter. So we can go to the public as much as what we have. What does that mean, you ask? Imagine if we published all of your sensitive behavioral reports from your counselors and social workers on the open internet. How about nurse reports and private health information? What would parents have to say about this? What sort of lawsuits would they begin? That was the nicest part what they said. Because then they went on to openly, viciously, and very, very scarily threaten students, threaten violence, threaten families. They got lists of, contact lists of families in the district. They started to text parents. They started to email them with the same kind of threats. So they definitely got into the systems. So at this point, they did end up, they had demanded $150,000. The school district actually paid $5,000, and the Dark Overlords demanded that the Sheriff's County be the intermediary. So they set up an account, and they said, well, we have to pay this in pieces. They paid $5,000. Then they actually got apparently so much pressure nationwide not to pay it that they just said, we're not going to pay you anymore. So they did bring in somebody apparently to clean it all up, but this is kind of still going on. They're still trying to figure out who the perpetrators were and clean this up.
So is it not illegal to do this?
Oh no, it's illegal. They got into their systems. They hacked their systems. They got contact lists, names, numbers.
So how would the sheriff's department be like the conduit between the negotiation?
That's what they demanded. And so the school district said, okay. I think at that point the sheriff's department was probably already working on the situation. At that point the FBI would get involved. So they were probably already working with it. It's very difficult. I mean, if you've got hackers in another country, which they often are, and they're bouncing around through servers and they're, veiling their identities, it's very difficult to try to backtrack through that, and particularly if it's a group, right? And there's groups that call themselves hacktivists. So you have Anonymous, and there's a couple of other groups, and they do this kind of thing for disruption, to make a statement. This was kind of out there, and the dark overlords actually attacked a couple of other school districts and a couple of other entities, and had sort of similar demands. So it sort of remains open. So it sort of remains open, and I think they're still investigating this. Okay, so now I know I've scared everybody into just wanting to live off the grid and never use another piece of technology, but unfortunately we live in a society where you have to use technology all the time. So what we tell people is just use, we talked about authentication and how easy it is for hackers to get in if you don't have complex passwords. So make sure you have complex passwords. We'll talk about how to create a good complex password in a minute. Stay vigilant. Look at where your emails are coming from. Think before you click. Resist the urge to click. So if something just doesn't feel right, just pick up the phone and ask. Right. I mean, we have folks now, I think, again, because we're entering into year 3 of doing this, we've scared people enough that thankfully staff will send us emails, say this doesn't look right, and 9 times out of 10 it's not right. People will just pick up the phone and call us. People are afraid to forward the actual email, so they take a screenshot of it and send that. That's great too. We're happy for anything. Be proactive about that. So definitely, call your credit card company, call your bank, call the FBI, because some people will get emails from the FBI, you're under investigation, click here to find whatever, people click. Pick up the phone and make that proactive call. Don't just start clicking on links. And then password protect your personal devices. This is something that I see all the time that people don't do. Password protect your phones. Okay, because if you lose that phone, think about what is on that phone. Your whole life is probably on that phone. So password protect your phone, password protect your laptops, your tablets, whatever you have, make sure that those are password protected. People always ask, well, I can't password protect everything, I can't remember it. So we say passwords best practices. Should be a mix of numbers, symbols, upper and lower case, which I know sounds complicated. Definitely change them often. I find people who create a password and they're like, well, I don't want to go through the hassle of trying to remember a new one, so I'm just going to make that password. Jen told me to password protect my phone, and 10 years later it still has the same password on there. People probably have guessed it at that point. Or you've probably told somebody, hey, my password, can you grab this off of my laptop or my phone? You got to change them often. Don't write them down. Can't tell you how many times I go over to somebody's laptop because something's wrong, I gotta fix it, and I open it up, and there it is on a sticky note right there. Or I love, there's one person who shall not be named, who I go in, they have a problem, I say, okay, let's, can you log in? And they pull out a little notebook that has
you too, Julia?
password to their whole life in there.
I'm afraid to put it into the computer.
Oh no, that's the one for my bank account. Oh, that's the one for my investment. No, don't do that. Particularly because if you lose that, that's not a good idea. Don't share your passwords. It's tempting to do, particularly if you're on the phone and you want somebody at home to get. Don't share your passwords. And definitely change your password from the default. People just leave it at welcome 1 or whatever the default is that comes on your machine. That's pretty, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, people can guess that. We had a situation here in the town where we had a default on the phone system, and hackers from another country, it was this complicated phone scam, but I found that a huge percentage of people had not changed their voicemail password. So now we've like mandated, everybody has to change it, it's gotta be this complex set of numbers and keys and things. So anyway, change it from the default, not 1, 2, 3, 4.
How would you suggest we remember what we changed it to, if
Yes.
we can't write it down?
So,
Look,
here's a formula,
Next
okay?
slide.
So this is kind of what we suggest people do.
I know.
Let's just say, so pick something. Pick anything. It can be an address, it can be a favorite, pet, and the age of the pet, or the date you got the pet, or, whatever. It's gotta be a combination of things. So let's say your first home address ever was 123 Pine Street, South Portland, Maine. So you could do just take the first letters of everything. Pine Street, Soho, Maine, number 123, right? So that's something, because a lot of people remember their really old addresses from when they were kids or something, and that's something that a hacker wouldn't really know.
What are you gonna do next month?
Yeah, I know.
Then you just do it the other way.
Then
One,
you-
two,
yeah,
three,
then
you're
four.
like-
Then what do
Then
we
you
do
have
when it's
10
my
of them, and
bank,
then you've
then
locked
we'll-
yourself out of your computer.
Yeah.
This happens to me all the time.
You need a sticky?
I will tell you,
Too scared to
it's
write
way,
anything down.
way better to have that problem than it is to log into your bank account and find it at 0. Or, as what happened years ago when I was in banking, there was a company that got hacked, and they logged into their accounts, not with the bank that I was with. This was a case study that we did. It was actually a company in Maine that this happened to. They logged into their accounts, and their balance was negative $353,000 or something. And the courts actually ended up ruling against them, I believe. This case dragged on for like 2 years because what had happened was it was a commercial customer. They had their operating fund, but they also had a loan attached to it, so a credit line. And so the hackers got in, withdrew all the money, then said, hey, there's a line of credit attached to this, we're gonna wipe that out too. So that company ended up having all of their operating funds wiped out, and they ended up owing like $374,000. So that's a bad day. I'd rather just like not remember my password and have to just ask them to reset it than find out that I was that much in debt. So what do we do in Scarborough School District? We do have protocols in place. We do not allow flash drives. So you may hear from staff, oh, I can't plug in. That's part of the reason why is because we don't know where that flash drive's been, right? I don't know where else that's been plugged into. I don't know if you've taken it to the coffee shop across the street where everybody else in the world has plugged it in and you've picked up a couple of viruses and now you're gonna plug it into our systems. We can't take that risk. Because again, you could have malware that hops through the network and it affects everything. We're on the same network as the police department. We don't want the police department to go down. That would be bad. YouTube, we do allow YouTube, but we do filter out a lot of the sort of suggested videos and ads on the side. We do have software and application request form. There is a process that they have to go through to get this. Part of it is because we need to make sure that the software and the applications that they request are compatible with our systems and our existing software. But part of it too is, we just found one the other day where the teacher was like, oh, this is a great application. We went out and looked at it. And it was kind of interesting because on the splash page for the application, the people were able to post comments about that application. And like 3 of the first comments had profanity all through them. They were very excited about the application. They really liked it. And they liked it so much that they just wanted to express that in ways that they felt they couldn't verbally, I guess. So we do go out, we'll take a look at it, we do, vet it on a lot of different levels. And then we tell people when in doubt, just, disconnect from the network, call us, we'll come down and take a look at it. So questions about that? Don't be scared. It's all good. It's all good. You can always just do I forgot my password link, and it'll help you reset it.
There's other little tricks too. So if you're writing a word that instead of putting an E in that word, you can put a 3, and instead of putting an A, you can use the @ symbol. So then that way it's not like a total code like agenda. that's like another, you can do little substitutions like that.
Well, I have to reset my password every 30 days for my company, and we just learned a new trick, which is a pattern instead of numbers and letters. So they have a keyboard pattern, so you just like remember which, think of this as like some sort of board, just remember, which has worked for me, because I was like writing mine down.
Yeah.
So that's a good tip.
The other piece we don't recommend, and we actually teach students not to save passwords online. You know, you get that option, remember the password, save it.
Yeah.
No, that's practice we teach our students not to do.
Yeah.
What about the apps that store your passwords?
I actually use one of those, yeah. You just can't forget the password to that
one.
password saver app. Yeah, so I use LastPass. I'm not endorsing it at all, I'm just saying that's one of the ones. So what happens in the password savers usually is that you'll put in the website they're trying to log into, the password that you have for your username, and that application will encrypt it on the back end. But again, don't forget that one password to get into LastPass, because if you do, which I have done, you can't ever they tell you straight up, like you can't, they're not gonna help you to get another one, that's gonna be lost.
What about this? So my husband started doing this thing where, I don't even know what it's called, but basically his credit card generates a new credit card number for every single thing he purchases online.
Oh,
And
that's
then
it's a new type of a credit card.
And then it like throws it out so that if somebody ever gets it, it's no, is that like a thing?
It is.
Or is he being
It's a new type of a credit card. It's almost like a burn card.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of the product though.
Single-use ghost cards.
Ghost card?
Wex.com.
Pretty much, right? And so, just out of curiosity, nobody can hack a notepad like Joanne has. So, how come that's not safer than using an app?
Well, I could steal the notepad.
I know, but like, I feel like if you're putting all your passwords in an app, isn't that just as hackable as any of these other things that you've talked about?
No, because it's all encrypted on the back end. It's way
Well,
easier
Joanne writes in
for me.
cursive, so it's kind
And Joanne may have spilled a lot of coffee on it too, so that.
No,
I take care of that stuff. You know that. Never had a problem.
Any other questions? Okay, so we have about 20 minutes. A lot of what I was going to go over with FOIA, Alec already covered, so I'll just skip through that really quickly. Are you guys up for FOIA social media email?
I need it.
Okay, so a lot of this, I am not an attorney, okay? And I would recommend that if you have very specific legal questions, that you contact Drummond Woodsum and get answers to those questions. A lot of this is just based on the 7 years of doing lots of FOIA requests and having to deal with a lot of questions coming from both the town and the school about, is this okay, can we do this, can we do that, what's legal, what's not legal. And obviously we've gone out and gotten the answers to those and sort of compiled like a little FAQ presentation here. And you'd be surprised at how many, there's one gentleman who I think has submitted upwards of 52 FOIA requests. I personally have gone to court to testify for one of those cases. So we have had a lot of experience collectively with that. I don't remember, I don't think Alec actually went through what the act is, but basically the act is to give the public the opportunity to have transparency into the government, school district, so it would be basically any entities covered by the government.
Does every state have that? I thought it was a federal. Federal's FOIA. Oh, that's why some people say FOIA and some people say FOIA.
Right. So federal entities fall under a different set of rules. And then I do believe though that every state has its own FOIA, but they're not all the same.
Yep.
So this is the definition of a public record, not going to go into it, it's long and drawn out, but basically translated in a nutshell, a public record is emails, documents, letters, minutes, text messages, voice messages, social media posts, letters to the editors. It's any communication pertaining to school business.
that would be town or school business, but for the sake of this presentation, anything that is communicated regarding school business. So what we'll talk about are the exceptions to that rule, a record versus a format, because that's an important distinction to make. Is it discoverable or is it not discoverable? Is it a meeting or is it not a meeting? Is it personal or is it business? The exceptions are things that I think where common sense prevails here, right? Your exceptions are going to be things that are confidential, so PII, your personally identifiable information. Your social security numbers, your credit information, bank information, all that kind of stuff. Personal information, so basically anything that would be protected by HIPAA, your medical health information. Disciplinary, so anything that is related to kind of an open disciplinary case with a student or staff member. Anything that's used in the course of court proceedings, so anything that maybe was subpoenaed in a court case. And then anything else that's designated confidential by statute. If you have questions about that, I recommend going to the FOIA FAQ site on the state site, because they kind of list out. But most of those designated confidential by statute are social security number, credit card information, bank account information, that kind of stuff. So this is the most important distinction to make when we talk about FOIA, right? It's a record versus a format. So a record, as we talked about, it's data that's been created, received, prepared in connection with school district business. That's an email, that's a text message, a voicemail, that's a document. The format can be anything, right? The record is the actual data. The format is what the data comes in. And that becomes important later on as we talk about what's discoverable and what's not discoverable. So discovery, to be discoverable, it has to be in possession or custody of the district or district agent. So when we talk about things like, somebody asked a question earlier, well, if it's on my personal cell phone, what happens? Technically, you need to turn that over. That's, if it has to do with the state of business for the school district, then those would be discoverable. But for me, to turn it over to the attorneys to have them redact information, it has to be within my possession. So it's reliant upon you to turn that over to us so we can give that to the attorneys or to the custodians. It has to be related to business of the district. So we're not interested in emails about your cat's food or your son's soccer game or whatever. It has to be related to the actual business of the district. And can be translated into digestible format. This is where it gets tricky for me, because I have been FOIA'd in the past. We had somebody put in a FOIA request and said, I want all the emails about this to the beginning of time. So we went back to that person, we went back and said, we need more clarity around the beginning of time. Is that like when dinosaurs roamed the earth, or is that, whatever? So this person said, well, what don't you understand about the beginning of time? Like since the beginning of time. Big Bang Theory.
Right, exactly, yeah. So the digestible format piece came into play for me because, for example, we have emails back to the beginning of whenever, but they're on a tape, and we don't have a tape player right now in-house that can read those emails. We would have to go to eBay and try to find the tape player that might possibly be able to read the emails from 20 years ago if the tape is not corrupted, as it probably has over the past 20 years. Also, I don't have that version of whatever it was that we were emailing on 20 years ago. I can't even think of what we were emailing 20 years ago, but even back to 10 years ago, there were different versions of Office. And so we can't really go back to those different versions of Office unless we find some place where we can restore them and try to pull them off. So the digestible format comes into play when we're talking mostly about electronic documents, electronic data. So meetings, I think Ella talked about this, I probably won't go into this a lot, but
Public notice has to be given if 3 or more members of a body or agency meet. So you have to contact, my understanding is, 2 media outlets in a reasonable period of time to let the public know we're gonna meet and we're gonna talk about whatever it is. Then you have to open your doors to the public, wherever that is. So if you guys are going to Scarborough Grounds, as Alec said, then you need to let the public know that you're gonna meet, and you have to invite them, and they have to be welcomed in, and you don't, my understanding is, have to have at those types of meetings public comment, but you do have to make a transcript of everything that was said and done, and that has to be also made available to the public in a reasonable period of time.
I thought 2 news outlets was only for special or emergency meetings.
I think it's emergency.
Yeah.
I read the regs
MSMA
recently, but I
policy
don't.
says that the media is supposed to be invited, or given the information that will mean for every meeting.
When they say 2 outlets to meet, it could be your website and the leader.
Oh,
Right, so
okay.
it has to be posted to.
I didn't realize our website was a news outlet.
Publicly accessible.
Okay.
And it's considered a public proceeding if members conduct the transaction of any function affecting any or all citizens of the state. So the difference here is that a public proceeding could be 2 of you at the coffee shop talking about policy. That's a public proceeding. And then you need to basically have a transcript of that and whatever. Public notice has to be given if it's 3 or more of you meeting. Public proceedings have to be open to the public, and any person must be allowed to attend. And a record of the public proceedings must be made available for public inspection. My understanding is the record isn't necessarily like a transcript of Amy said this and then went and got coffee, and Leanne said this, and then Nick said this. I don't think it's like an actual like verbatim transcript of the conversation. It's basically just recording sort of your major decisions. So if you make a motion on anything or you vote on anything or whatever, your agenda is. So I get this question a lot too, is it personal or business? So even, and Alec mentioned this, even when it is sent, if it is something that is affecting the business of the district, even if it's sent from your personal home computer, from your cell phone, from your personal laptop, from your child's tablet, whatever, that is still business. That is still discoverable. And one thing that I always warn people about here in the district and in town is we use Google, and we have Google Vault. And so everything coming and going is captured in Google Vault. And right now, we do not have a cap on that. So that is literally to the beginning of Google time, which for us was like 3 or 4 years ago for the school. So just an FYI on that, even if you go back to your email and you delete it, we still have it in Google Vault. So be aware of that when you're conducting business, when you're emailing each other or emailing other people, that is somewhere and will remain there to the beginning of time. So another thing with social media, because we get this question a lot too, we get people who say, well, so-and-so said this over here, should I respond? I have my own Facebook page, can't I post my own opinions on my own Facebook page? It's my personal Facebook page. You have to remember, again, we talked about format versus content. So it's all about, it comes down to content. So if you are posting something that relates to the business of the district, you are now an official of the district. So all of that is basically discoverable. And retention, I always tell people, retention depends on content. This is something that we go over and over and over again because people are like, well, how long do I have to retain this? And how long do I have to retain this document? And basically, we've had a lot of presentations from Maine Municipal and Roman Woods and whatever. And sorry, Alec, the attorneys will always tell you, well, keep everything forever. And we've had Maine Municipal said, well, what you need to do is folder for everything. And then you need to move it into those folders. And each folder will determine how long you keep it. So like on the town side, you know, we might have things that we have to retain for 7 years, 3 years, 1 year, forever, 10 years. So supposedly, you have enough time to create 5,500 folders and put all this information in there, and then on a regular basis go through your 5,500 folders and figure out within those folders what can be deleted, and then delete them, like every day. That would be a full-time job. So I don't honestly know anybody who does that. I know people who have created the folders and there's nothing in them. People who have created the folders and there's lots of stuff in them back to the beginning of time. I think, you know, just use your best judgment on retention. Again, if it's email or if it's a Google Doc, we have that. Google Docs also go into vaults. So we'll have that. You don't really have to worry about that. But if it's other things, then you probably want to think about. And I don't know if Drummond Woods probably has like a
They have
sheet,
a retention book.
yeah, data retention sheet. And then municipalities must ensure that data retention policies comply with FOIA. We can't rely on the media, social media providers, because they don't do that for us, right? So, for example, on our website, like, we have to make sure that we retain information, things that we've posted, documents, whatever, for the appropriate amount of time. So social media, you know, we talk about this a lot too. Social media has a lot of pros. You can provide schedules, updates, emergency communications, keep school current on activities. We have a lot of groups in the district who want to start Facebook pages, who have started Facebook pages. It's a great way to keep parents updated and keep the community in the know. You know, post pictures of kids doing, you know, course or whatever. It's quick and easy. You can kind of reach the masses. You can engage different audiences. But then there's always the cons of social media. So we'll talk first about...
these are not our employees.
No, but these are school employees from other districts around the country. So Stacy Snyder, I don't know if you remember this. This was like 10 years ago, back when MySpace was a thing. Stacy Snyder posted this on MySpace with the caption, "Drunken Pirate." And she was a teacher's assistant in a school district. I think it was in North Carolina. And she was finishing up her bachelor's, and she was trying to get her teaching certificate. So she was working in the schools. Well, the schools saw this, and they actually fired her. And the college that she was attending revoked the teaching certificate, or denied her teaching certificate. They said, you can use your credits towards something else. So she was an English major at the end of the day. She did appeal that decision, and she was denied because she said, well, it's my MySpace page. I should be able to freedom of speech. I can put anything I want up there, right? It's not up to you to decide if I'm a drunken pirate or a Mr. Goodbar. And the courts said, well, that's true, you can do that, but it's deemed unprofessional conduct. And in your contracts, you agreed to abide by professional conduct. So they upheld the fact she was fired, and she's not a teacher now. I don't know what she is, a drunken pirate. The other one is Ashley Payne, and this is kind of a more interesting case because she posted this. She was a teacher. She posted this picture on Facebook. It was from a long time ago when she was traveling in Europe, and I think she went to like a winery or something, and she had a glass of wine. Well, she was getting Facebook friend requests all the time, and so one of them was from a student. Now, she says now that she didn't realize that that was from a student, but she accepted the friend request. So the student then saw that and told their parents. The parents went to the school district, and you can imagine where that went. And she appealed and also was denied. Even though it was years ago and whatever. So my point being, you gotta be careful about what you post. You have to be careful about where you post it. And I never recommend friending students. That's just not a good policy. Sorry. That's just not a good policy, just because there is sort of a line there, you know, and you want to be careful about who you're communicating out to. This was another post, a tweet actually, that was made, I think it was last year in Maryland, and it was actually by the administration. The schools are going to be closed tomorrow. And then somebody said, but then how would you learn how to spell tomorrow? So it's funny, but you can't imagine the response tweets that this got by a huge number of people, ranging from the humorous of, well, how would you learn how to spell tomorrow, to people who were really outraged, like, you're teaching my kids? Like, really? You're responsible for teaching my kids and you can't even spell tomorrow correctly? So just, you know, I always tell people, if you're gonna tweet something or you're gonna post something, like, you know, proof it again, read it a couple of times, think about it, then post it. Then there's these people, you know, this is just good judgment. You just have to think about that. Caitlin Cormack, these damn kids and parents, not enough money for school supplies or passing grades, but out here renting horses. So she works in a school district where she was asked to be a chaperone at, I think it was prom. And some of the kids rented a horse and carriage and arrived at the prom in the horse and carriage. And so she was really outraged by that and wrote that, got fired. The parents were not happy about that post. And believe me, the parents are gonna see the post. It doesn't matter. The parents somehow are gonna see the post. Somebody else, this was a teacher, it isn't supremacist or hateful to prefer your own people over others. That was Florida, she got fired. And she didn't see what was wrong with that. That was fine, but the school administration thought that was not appropriate. And then this woman, so not looking forward to another year at Cohasset schools. I guess you know how she feels about that, and the administration did too. She went on, though, to post a lot of other things about how she felt about the kids and what she wanted to do to the kids and some other things, so she subsequently got fired too. But again, the point here is you got to think about, like, all these people, for the most part, and I could have gone on, these were the ones that I could put up here. There were many that I couldn't put up here. Lots of school board members who resigned over things that they posted. Most of them were very inappropriate things, but a lot of them said, well, I didn't think anybody else was going to see it. I thought it was just going to be my 5 Facebook friends that were going to see this. I don't know. People take screenshots and then they get posted out for everybody in the world to see. So some of the best practices is just remember that you're representing the school district and the town. Everything is public. Nothing is ever private. There's no assumption of privacy at all, ever. And social media lives on forever, to the beginning of time. And I think that's it. Questions?
That was really helpful, thank you.
Yes,
Thanks,
thank you.
Jen.
Yes. Good. All right, and I think right at 7 o'clock.
There you go.
So at the dais, you guys have a sheet that you have to, once you read through the FAQ that Kelly sent you, you just have to sign your name, put your Scarborough Board of Education, and then we need this form back. We have to give it to Toby, who then has to submit it with the survey. Do you have a question?
Oh, no. I was just going to say that I actually took my, I have all my social media set up so that anyone that tags me in anything comes to me first for approval.
Oh, I like
So if people haven't done that, that's a really smart thing to do.
Yeah.
spectacle, and then we can welcome you, Mr. Roy.
So while they work on that, I can do a brief introduction. Michael Roy goes by Mick. Roy is the Assistant Superintendent of MSAD number 6, and he's also the Executive Director of the Greater Sebago Education Alliance Regional Service Center. I asked him to come tonight so that he could share with you a brief presentation and then answer any questions that you may have about what it means to be a part of a regional service center and what opportunities might we have moving forward to ask our community to vote for that on the next opportunity that we have, which hopefully will be in June. If you remember, this was on the local ballot this past election. It did require an affirmative vote from our community because there are budgetary implications. This year, we lost approximately $40,000 because our voters did not approve for us to join the Regional Service Center. Next year, that amount doubles, and it's about $80,000. So we want to do a better job of communicating with our community so they understand exactly what that means and what the implications are for our school district. And Mick's going to be able to help us think about that as soon as we get the tech set up.
Are we on air?
Not right now.
We're not on the air either. So that introduction's for you.
Great. I thought that's the tech she was talking about.
I did too.
That's for you.
No, I thought it was all there. I thought she was talking about the fact that we aren't on air. There you go. Just kidding. To be fair, the light wasn't on. It's the beauty of it.
I shared it.
Oh, you have it?
I shared it.
I'm sorry.
You never know.
I thought it was nice. We've been in here for so long.
Well, absolutely. We just got outside last week. You see, that was kind of weird. You've been here a long time, but taking the lights. Yeah.
Just tuning in, half the board is asleep.
It's good to know. Technology doesn't always. Whenever the next phase is dimming, I'm out. I made previous office.
What did you just say? I've been in her house before, but not when she owned it.
Yeah, so just one downstairs and then. It goes everything. And I like to sleep cold because of the cold.
Yeah.
I bought them.
I just want it downstairs.
Yeah, let's hope this works. Thank you for that introduction, Julie. Again, my name's Mick Roy. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Schools at SAD 6. This is my 4th year in that position. Before that, I was 4 years as the middle school principal. Before that, I was principal of Waterville Junior High for 4 years, and we can go on and on. But anyway, I'm really excited to be here and grateful to Scarborough, to Julie, to Joanne, Monique, Kelly, because for many years that I've been working at SAD 6, we have collaborated on a number of professional development opportunities, and through the kindness of your leaders here, they've provided the space for us to meet and have these collaborative meetings. So it's been really nice to do that. I'm just going to kind of give you a little history in case you don't know already, but there is history. Back in 2006, we had the Sebago Education Alliance that had those schools, Gorham, SAD 6, 14, Scarborough, and Westbrook. That was even before my time, where they had collaborated on some things. And back then, they were pretty much organized as a 501c3, and they would come and have regular meetings, they'd pay dues, and they would brainstorm ways to work together. So we go back a long ways. Then, as regionalization for creating this regional services entity came about, we kept having our regular conversations, but then South Portland said, hey, you know, we think that we would like to have you consider us in this as well. So we put in an application to become a regional service center, and actually Julie named it 2.0, so that when we submitted that application to the state, the commissioner turned it back to us and asked us if we might consider working with other area schools, because they were looking at doing similar things. So we didn't really get approved as 2.0, and instead, even though we started working on professional development, we were writing a Leadership Academy FEDIS grant. We were trying to put some ideas together for how we could really start up. And all of that occurred, but then we had to stop because we had to sort of wait for all those others, as you can see in the bottom, with Brunswick and Cape and Portland. And that meant more superintendents who are members and part of the GC, I'll refer to it as GC board. And so it took a few more meetings and more conversations to discuss what it is that we were wanting to accomplish together. We came up with a menu of 20, maybe 25 different ideas that might work among us. But the overall decision was, since this is new to us, we want to start slow. We don't know what the future funding will be in terms of what the state gives us. And let's try to take things that we know we can implement fairly quickly. All of us had already belonged to the food co-op. That's the York and Cumberland County Food Co-op, and where you pay $100 to belong, and then you get to go, or your food nutrition person gets to go and puts in their bid for different kinds of contracts, whether that's food or milk or paper. So we were all already doing that. So that's kind of a pass-through, and you might say, well, why would you do that? Because it counts as a service toward providing evidence that we are working together regionally. So that was one reason we did it. So that's the history. And I could even go further back to, I can recall days when we had this, the Casco Bay Alliance, where we did a lot of professional development as teachers in this greater Cumberland County area. And that was when our in-service days pretty much aligned together so that we could really plan on a large scale. And we had all kinds of opportunities for just about everybody. And I can remember going down here to the middle school for some of that. So, as I said, one of the things that we, when we culled it down for now anyway, we already had the York and Cumberland County Co-op going, but then we wanted to look at the professional development opportunities because we had started that pretty much as Sebago Alliance and Sebago Alliance 2.0. And so we had a big group that got together that was essentially a subcommittee that decided that we should try to see what kinds of topics would be those kinds of topics that would run across the board and be able to be effective and impactful for anybody who would attend. So we had a real small group get together, and we decided that let's open up with something called Crucial Conversations, which is a really good book, and one of our people, actually it's a teacher, she was a teacher, now she's an assessment coach, had expertise in this particular book and expertise in training on the book. So what we were able to do is put that out to all of the participants of the regional center, and we got 80 participants. We have principals, assistant principals, CTE directors, coaches, technology coaches, GT teachers. We have it runs a gamut. We were right in this room for the very first session. We're going to have the other two sessions here as well, and it went very well. The assistant superintendents and superintendents reported out on Monday at our board meeting how much great feedback they got on that. So that's one of 3 sessions. So we've really set up a model for how we can do this. And here's the thing. When we look around at the 10 districts that we're working with, there's a ton of in-house expertise. There's a lot of teachers and administrators who have a ton of background that can deliver professional development that can be impactful for everybody. So we know moving ahead, we're probably not going to have to go outside very much unless we want to deliver that kind of professional development. And so after that first meeting, November 30th here, we had a small group and we reflected on that day and we started looking ahead till next year. We already have interest in doing another cohort for crucial conversations, but there's also 2 or 3 other things that are on the table for possible professional development. Now here's what happens. For that to count as a service that is evident so that all the districts can receive their subsidy as a result of participation, professional development is one of those areas. So what we will do, meaning the fiscal agent is SAD 6 for this, for GC, we bill out and invoice anybody who participated at a very low amount, $75 per person for all 3 sessions, and that becomes our revenue. And then the expense is really to pay for the facilitator, the trainer, for her planning time. She's a teacher, so she couldn't be allowed to really receive income from her teaching. But that's how we sort of make a little money on every time we do this. It's not a lot, but it at least is a way to put some money back in GC, but also, more importantly, qualify as one of the pieces of evidence to receive that subsidy moving forward. Also, under professional development, and Julie and I kind of worked on the first iteration of this, about a year ago we started putting together a small team to write a grant, a FEDIS grant, that was really for efficiency and educational delivery services. And we didn't get it last year. But we resubmitted it this year. I shouldn't say we resubmitted it, we rewrote it with a grant writer, and we're still waiting to hear back whether or not that's going to happen. If that happens, and I had hoped we would have heard back, that's going to be a very, very powerful opportunity for probably 75 or 80 people within our GC organization who can have 3 years of 15 sessions, 5 a year, to be able to get probably the best leadership training they'll ever have beyond their Ed Leadership or CAS courses that they take through college. So I can tell you I spent many, many, many hours writing that and putting that together with a grant writer and with also some help from Julie and others who supported all of that. And we have 10 districts who have signed off on it, and Scarborough is one of them. So whether that goes through our regional center or not, that's still to be decided, but regardless, you have the opportunity to participate if we do get the grant. If we don't, it would be sad because this is a much-needed area in our state and across the country. In fact, Tori Cornfield, she's on the education committee at the state level. She has resubmitted a bill that was tabled last year, specifically asking for a new bill on leadership academies. And I think we've got an incredible model with that. So we're hoping, and if that goes, that's going to be one of our huge things. There's already been some joint substitute teacher recruiting and training. Not all, what we decided as an alliance is if we created a menu of options from which people could choose from, not all of us have to participate in all of the services. And with something like substitute teacher recruiting, I think they had 5 districts participate in that. If you get much bigger than that, then you're broadening the geographic territory, I think it gets harder, especially when 3 years ago when they did this, they got 100 applicants who came on a Saturday morning. In the last 2 years, they've only had 20 each year because people are working. So it's hard to find subs, as you know. Some other services that have been discussed, and we'll see what happens, is ELL learners. They want to do some work around that with some really just getting some initial registration done, although we really haven't moved that along yet. We think we can become an incubator for all kinds of programming and services, including the Leadership Academy. It's not only to serve our own pipeline and needs for leadership, but it could also extend across the state. In fact, we coined it a name, the Maine Center for Leadership and Innovation. You might have seen it. On January 10th, from 2 to 3:30 at Great New Gloucester High School, our collective financial officers will be meeting from our school districts. And they're going to discuss the interlocal agreement, which I'll get into a little bit here, but also from their perspectives and their hats on, you know, as it relates to facilities, transportation, whatever, those other areas that as educators in our roles we might not immediately think about. They're going to brainstorm and see if there's opportunities in those areas as well. I'm going to go through the interlocal agreement briefly. Otherwise, it might turn out to be a workshop, and I know you've read it. And this, you can get copies from Julie afterwards if you want to go back and look at these areas just for your own information. But I just pulled out a couple of things that I noticed as we were developing, that these were the kinds of questions, the areas that people went into initially because they had questions. But, you know, the initial members started with really 2.0, but it didn't get approved. But then the very next thing we had to do, and this only related to the those districts who have a district budget meeting, so it's mostly your RSUs or your SADs, not your municipalities like yourself. We have that kind of interim area. In addition to our board vote for approving this, we could go to that and get it approved, and we did, and SAD 15 and 14, I believe, we were the three that got that initial interlocal agreement started because by law we could. Everybody else had to wait until referendum. So, so what we've had is this, we had to wait really until November till we could find everybody who got those approvals. And of all the people, all the districts that came, only Scarborough and Freeport did not vote it up, but I was in Freeport last week doing this very thing, just going over some of the questions that they had. So you'll have time now, because you'll go to referendum in June, is that correct? You'll have time now to kind of study this a little bit, ask questions, and get more information if you need it. And I just think that the bottom line for us is our relationships have been trusting and strong, and when we have our board meetings, they're quite exceptional. And I think that's what drives us, is that we have a lot of good ideas around the table and everybody's willing to support each other. So our superintendents from the schools are our board of directors. We have also, I'm the executive director right now. I have basically, I should say SAD 6 has an MOU, Memo of Understanding agreement with the board of GC to allow for my time to be used doing this work. So that's how that works out for me. I don't see any of the funds. They just go, and our superintendent and fiscal agent use them, however, but it doesn't come to me, but it's a way to make this happen. Because at the time that we were just going from 2.0 and into the bigger GC, we actually put out a job description, and we got very few applicants. So I did kind of one of these because I had been involved, and I didn't want to lose momentum for the work that we had been doing. And if we had waited any longer, that would have been tough. We would have been really behind. So I just sort of volunteered, and I just said, let's get this entity up and running. And that's what I've been doing, essentially. It's been actually a lot of work, a lot of fun, but I think a lot of the hours I'm putting in now was just to get it up and running, from the federal ID number to setting up the accounting system with our back-end office and all of that. So for new members, which now anybody, since we have an interlocal agreement, now if we have new members, you can look at what that would mean in paragraph 12. They would petition Scarborough or Freeport, whomever, would petition our board to join, and then we would approve or not approve. We do have, as part of the new member paragraph, when you read in there, we can actually put limitations or conditions on it. Anybody coming in, from the conversations we've had at our table, our board, we still invite Scarborough and Freeport to come. So I don't think we're ready to do that, but I can't say what a board would do 5 years down the road if somebody wanted to join and they wanted to do that. The minimum member obligation, obviously, is you pay your $1,000 fee to be a member. As I said, the other fee earlier to participate in the food co-op is $100 a year. And then the other service we have going right now is professional development, and that's really the $75 per person. I can't remember how many Scarborough had, but you had quite a few. So I think you might have had 10, 15.
13 or 15.
Yeah.
We have 13.
13, yeah. So you had great participation here. So, and really that's it. Some other areas, I sometimes put my board hat on when I was a board member as to, what are the questions my constituents or people out in the community might ask. If you look at the bottom one, 15P, some of the confusion that I saw out there, I don't know if it's Scarborough per se, but this service center is a regional service center. We're not forming another body of government or another school board. We're not taking over students. We're not issuing bonds, although we could, but our board said, nah, we're not going to do that. We're not taking over all these districts in creating this large board or school board. You're all independent. You're all still doing what you're doing. What we're really looking for is those opportunities to collaborate and share, not only in PD, but really our imagination is limitless on this. So ways that we can share in purchases and things like that. So that's really what we are, and this just emphasizes that we're not an entity that's trying to, or that would take over or be able to take over by law, because we couldn't. Budget, I know you probably want to know something about the money here. Our FY19 budget, which is this current year, was $131,770, and how did we come up with that number? We had to pick it from the sky because we didn't have a prior budget to go by. We just had to go with something that we thought, would represent what we would like to accomplish this year. So what the state did is they had direct funding of $97,200. They gave that to every regional center. There's 9 of us. So they gave everybody a flat 97, whether you were very small or very large, and we happen to be one of the largest. So we had to come up with taking that money, and then we built in an additional revenue from sources mostly around professional development, things of that nature, to come up with that bottom line, $131,770. We just had a meeting the other day, and we're going to carry forward, I think, around $42,000 into the FY20 budget, because it's money we're not really going to use. And we already have the state funding number for next year for FY20, and that's $29,978. I'll tell you what that's made up of. The state says they will fund 55% of the executive director's salary. So, and they're basing all their funding on our actual costs that we had in FY19. So since we had very little, the 55% of the executive director's salary is $21,000 approximately. And as I said, that just goes to the fiscal agent. The other $8,500 about is for an accounting system, because we really had to figure out how we're going to manage this as a separate fund, separate entity, and how that works with the state, because we don't have employees in this GC. There are no employees, really. It's just, we are just kind of passing things through. Yet, in order for the state to be able to see who's participating and us having accounting evidence, we have to set up our financial system so they can be clear what we're doing. So so as I said earlier, we wanted to start small, so we've gone from 131 to about 97,568 for FY20. So we're really taking it very seriously, but very slowly. And what we have to be really cognizant about is every time that we now talk about those opportunities to share or to do something collectively, we have to make sure there's some revenue stream that we can either get out of that or do another grant or something like that that can help sustain us, because one of the questions that they will always ask is, you know, how are you going to sustain? That's the ones we ask. I'm part of the 9 service centers that are out there. All the executive directors get together. We've gotten together twice now with the DOE, once in Augusta and once in Bangor. And we are having conversations there, very kind of clear and transparent conversations about our desire for them to understand sustainability, and that we need them to be thinking very clearly about how they fund, because that FY20 funding piece doesn't give us a really good, strong sense that we'll do a lot very quickly. In fact, it almost stagnates us a bit. So it's not like there's any risk. There's very little risk from what I can see, because we have good people doing good work. But we're not sure with the changeover in the state where that could go in the future. And you can see for FY21, it's up to the commissioner. And it's going to be based on a review by state, we think, what's the name of the organization, EMPRI or MEPRI? It's an organization that does independent research for the state on a lot of different things, and they'll provide, I think it's them who is going to provide some feedback on how this is going. And they'll hear clearly from us on what we think, because every regional center is doing something vastly different from one another. Some of us are working hard, some are not. Yes?
Can you talk about the difference, just for anyone who's watching, between this funding that the GSEA is getting from the state and the incentive funding that each individual district is getting from the state?
Yes. So what I've been talking about here is just the regional center getting money to sustain itself as an entity. But that's a very good question, because in addition to that, the incentives for participating in this is that each individual district will get subsidy as long as they participate and can prove, have evidence this is done. In the first year that we had this, that subsidy amount was $46 per pupil. The second, and for FY20, as you know, it's $94 per pupil. So for Scarborough, I think I heard Julie say, that's $40,000 to $80,000, which is huge when I think of it through the budgeting process that we always go through up there. That's 2 teaching positions or whatever. So that's a lot of incentive for paying $1,000 to be a member, paying $100 to be part of the co-op, and paying maybe another $1,000 to participate in PD, and you get $80 in return. I mean, that's a pretty good deal, I think. So that's how I look at it. And I think, you know, if there's any risk at all, as if it ever went away, I think we all just come back to what we used to do together. You know, we had an organization, we paid a fee, and at that point in time, and historically, we didn't get any subsidy for the state for doing it. We were just doing it on our own. Great question.
And the part that we haven't yet been able to quantify, but the Crucial Conversations is a pretty good example. If you remember last time I was sharing some of the math with you on that, is how much we'll save from sharing the services, which is work that we do all the time, but I think it'll be really smart of us to be, you know, actually quantifying that and sharing that back with the public and with the department.
Yes, and in education terms, shared collaborative efficacy is huge. We know that has huge impact in terms of its effect size, and we all know that if you work in business or whatever, when you have a team and working together and you're sharing, and you look around a district or districts, you know, in this area, it's just an amazing amount of learning that goes on. So that's a great point too. So in the future, we have board meetings every single month. We have ongoing professional development subcommittee meetings. That's just a small team that's planning these kinds of things. I told you about the executive director DOE meetings. Those will continue. Hopefully the Maine Center for Leadership and Innovation Leadership Academy will will take place, at which time, I mean, we have, it's an extensive document, I can tell you that. We have goals. The nice part about that, too, is we have an independent group called the Data Innovation Project. They're part of the Cutler Institute, which is part of the Muskie Institute, which is part of USM, that would do the sort of outside evaluation of the process and our goals and give us feedback to be able to, you know, continue monitoring how good that's going. And as I told you, we have the financial directors meetings that will be coming up as well. So there's a lot going on. We've got it up and running now. I'm feeling much better about it as far as all of that initial work. And I'll entertain any other questions that you have.
I just have a point of clarification question more for Julie. We are still participating in all those same partnerships despite the fact that local question 1 was rejected. So what really we're experiencing as far as what we're feeling is that lack of state subsidy. So we haven't changed any of our agreements or our collaboration. We just didn't get the subsidy.
Yep, so we're still going to keep doing that because it makes sense and it's what's best for our community. The other piece that we don't yet have is a vote when the board makes decisions because we aren't official members. But yes, we have continued to go to the meetings and we'll continue to collaborate. And actually that training happens here in this space. So we'll share our space as we have in the past.
I want to just thank you for coming here and speaking to us, and thank you for doing the extra work by taking on the charge of being the executive director. I think it's great. I think it's I mean, you've already done so much great work, but it has so much potential for the future in terms of a model to share. And for Julie, I wondered, I know last meeting we chatted about the process of getting it on the June ballot, and I think it was an ask of the town council, and then they had to vote to indeed put it on the ballot. I was just wondering if we could clarify the timeline for that.
Yeah, I can work with Tody and find out if and when we can make that ask. I think we could do it at any time. We also have been talking in communications about how we can be putting, you know, bits of information out so it's a constant flow and reminding people that we have this opportunity. And so I think when the town council has that meeting where they take this up as an action item, that's a great opportunity, you know, for us again to remind our community what we're trying to do.
Right. And I know last time we talked about the Listen and Learn events with the budget, and that would be a wonderful forum for us to really, you know, cheerlead this regional center and getting people to understand it so we can get that passed in June.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
The Portland Press Herald had also done a really nice article talking about this, but they only related it to Portland's participation, so it sort of didn't give everybody the big picture.
Yeah, Joanne had something to say.
I just wanted to add, because Scarborough, since 2006, has been part of the Sebago Alliance, the Regional Center took us as good faith right now as still a member of the Greater Sebago Alliance. And because we had a discussion about if some group was not a part of the Greater Sebago Alliance, fees might be different.
Yeah.
So like we're paying $75 a person to attend this workshop, but if we weren't a part of that, then we might be assessed $150. So because of our standing.
We're on our honor right now.
We're on our honor.
I'm the biggest cheerleader.
You're on notice.
I just wanted to say quickly that I was disheartened at the results of this particular issue in November, and so I also, like Amy, want to thank you for coming, and I hope that as this board works together through communications, but also through our demeanor and our work here, that we can build some more momentum to positive things in Scarborough, and I hope that a year from now we'll be having a very different type of conversation about this. But thank you for being here and starting the ball rolling to more understanding with this.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 3.0. Oh, sorry, 4.0. We get those numbers going down.
Make one more question. Would you be comfortable with us posting the slideshow on our website?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's out there. Report's got it. I mean, it forces you to sort of go into that ILA and sort of dig into the paragraphs.
Yeah.
But it's all good stuff. It's all there. It's all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, no, this is good. 4.0, can I have a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 405-6D for the purpose of discussing the bus driver's contract to
So-
return to public session?
So moved?
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? So moved.
Like a
I found it, I think that's just a light switch.
it is just
It's not actually connected to my camera. Complicated. That's fancy.
I know.
And we're almost.
Did you self-police that, or did someone else point it out?
Somebody kind of pointed it along the way. Because I was like, oh, hey, like, we're gonna let you go back all the way. I'm like, oh, Jesus.
Oh, well. I should text him. He's fine. I just.
All right, so we're back. 5.0, is there public comment on the agenda items? Okay, seeing none. Moving into 6.0, superintendent's report.
So I guess I could show this up on the screen, but we wanted to let you all know that you now have access to the team drive, the school board team drive. And so you should be able to create folders, create documents. The only thing you don't have access to do is to delete things. And so the way the hierarchy goes in a team drive, the only person in our organization who's able to create a team drive is the webmaster. And so that's Sean Bushway. So I have to even ask him to make the folder. And then he goes over with whoever is requesting that, what the permissions are. So Leanne and I shared with him the hierarchy. So it's superintendent, Kelly J, school board chair, and webmaster is like the highest level, can create, can delete files, things like that. Then the next level is the vice chair and the assistant superintendent, and then I forget what the right tech word is, but then the rest of the users are all of the school board members and the central office leaders, and you guys can create documents, create folders, and share them with whoever the appropriate people are. And so you had a little bit of a challenge, though, trying to create a folder.
I couldn't add my communications folder to the team drive. And what Sean had what he had mentioned was asking if you were doing what's called a file stream. I don't know, was I? Maybe.
If I knew what that was, I could answer your question.
Yeah. What you would need to do is to actually go into the drive. So when you're in your mail, if you go over, there are like little squares. And in the squares are all of the applications that we have. And that's where you pick up your Google Docs, the sheets. Yeah. And in there is a drive. If you go into the drive, you can create a way in there. So you can actually create from the drive. You were doing it, they believe, from a file share, which is an Apple product.
I wasn't. I was in the drive, and I took my communications folder, and I went,
oh, so
and tried to stick it into the team drive, and it wouldn't take it.
Correct. You need to actually create the new folder and then take your documents to move in.
I don't.
Because the same thing happened with me.
Get a new computer.
Yeah, let me check.
It's not my computer, Joanne.
So what I'm showing you here is kind of all of the permissions, and I will share this document right in the share drive, in the team drive, so that way if you're wondering, so it's manager, content manager, contributor, and then commenter and viewer. And so it shows all of the things that you can do, and this might be a good little document to kind of keep handy if you're feeling frustrated because you're trying to do something. It's probably you don't have the permissions to do that, but Leanne would be able to, or myself, or Sean. So
You can do it as.
And so you know too then, if you're in your drive, and so over here now is where you're gonna see the regular drive, and then into team drives, I have a bunch of them, but you probably will have less. Like we have a shared drive for the Greater Sebago Education Alliance here. So the school board is right here. So now you can see the different folders. There's one specific to the superintendent search, one to policy, one to finance. You all should be able to see this right now in live time, right on your team drives. And then you can change the view of how you like it. I like to be able to see the documents, but if you like them in a line, you can change it just over here on the side up in this corner. Any other kind of quick questions or tips about the share drive? Okay. We're available if you get stuck or you need something, just give me a call.
Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Great, thank you guys.
And what's great about the team drive is that although Jen said everything's in the Google Vault and it never ever goes away, it makes it really convenient if somebody leaves the board, they're not taking that institutional knowledge with them. It's right there.
I say it's also going to be great as people coming into the board, you'll see historical information. So you'll be able to go back and look at everything that we've had previously, as well as ensuring that the work that we're doing, if you wanted to know, hey, what's going on with finance, you can pop into the finance drive and see what's happening within the committee. So as those files are getting created, I'll probably ask a bunch of questions along the way of folks of, is it making sense for the organization? Because how I organize it may not be what works best for everybody, but I want to make sure that this drive is working for all of us. So thank you, Julie, for having Sean work on that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
That was one of
it's
my
great.
big concerns when we started was, where's the information? And
Right.
Yeah.
it's great that people.
In all kinds of places.
Yeah.
So now we have it all in one nice organized. So if I have the right, too many folders called communication, but I'm trying to slide it in there.
We just on team drives probably 4 or 5 months ago.
To the whole story.
That's great.
That's perfect.
Share with me.
And if that's possible, I'd love to know how to do it, because I tried and I had to recreate stuff.
Did you? You shouldn't have to recreate it.
It was fine.
It's just that what it should do is say like in the policy folder, it's already shared with people who are on the committee. It would tell you, you're moving this, your people are going to lose access.
And that was just really a click of, yep, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Because it will say that I also can't take things out of it once I've moved it in. Once I've gone to the team drive, I can't take it from the team
It
drive
says
back to mine.
folders can't be moved into Team Drive yet. But it's okay. We'll figure it out at another time.
Okay, 7.0, new business. I'd like to bundle 6.1 and 6.2, which are the meeting minutes for the workshop and the business meeting from November 15th, 2018. Is there a motion to accept the minutes as printed?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? 7 and 2. Okay, 6.3, the 2018 to 2021 bus driver contract.
Yes. So we have reviewed the changes proposed to the bus driver's contract in executive session tonight, and we have received notice and are very, very happy to report that the bus drivers ratified the contract. We will be receiving a clean copy of this contract to review after the holidays, and we will be voting on this contract on January 3rd.
Thank you very much. Okay. 6.4, 6.4.1, high school co-curricular appointment.
The recommendation is to approve the co-curriculars as printed.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor? 7 and 2. 8.0 is a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1M RSA 405-6C for the purpose of determining direction and process for superintendent search and not to return to the public session. Before I ask for the motion, I really just want to explain that what we're doing is not away from the public view, but we are following standard practice across all districts as you enter into these discussions for the superintendent search. As we're reviewing the different companies who offer their services as a search, those are discussions that should be happening behind a closed door, because we will be discussing rates and pricing and feedback about the companies, and that could either tip our hand or put us in a disadvantaged position as we enter into negotiations, or it could open us up to other questions of why we're leaning a certain way. So those conversations would be between the board, and then before any action is taken, that would be brought back to the public.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion?
I just would like to say thank you for the clarification of why we're going into executive session, because I was a little bit concerned about that. I know we've received some feedback on that, and so that's helpful, so thank you.
Of course. All those in favor? 7 and 2. And then I believe we call for the adjournment upstairs.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Why?